A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
David.
Yes, dear?
You awake?
I have the impression that I am.
Oh, were you asleep?
It's not time to get up yet. What's the matter?
Nothing. I was just wondering if you knew what day it was.
Monday.
Oh, it's come to that. Just Monday.
It isn't an anniversary of our marriage.
There are other anniversaries than marriage anniversaries.
Your birthday isn't until December.
And I'm not talking about my birthday.
Oh, I know.
What?
We met just 4 months, 4 days, 4 hours, and 44 minutes ago to the dot.
That isn't funny. Now I won't tell you.
Please, Mama, please.
Don't be silly.
Tell me or I'll come over and tickle you.
Stop that, David. Stop it. Don't. I'm ticklish.
Well, what anniversary is it?
All right, I'll tell you. We moved into this apartment just a week ago today.
Oh, my darling, what a brute I was to forget. Can you ever forgive me?
I'll think it over.
And it wasn't a week ago today. It will be a week ago tomorrow.
Well, practically a week. Do you realize we haven't bought a stick of furniture for this place?
We have the bedroom, except for the rugs, curtains, a couple of chairs, and some lamps. What more do you want?
Well, don't you think we ought to start buying things?
Mm-hmm. No hurry.
Well, we have got a place to sleep. And the kitchen's furnished so we can eat. But we might like to have somebody in.
Oh, Thanksgiving Day, I didn't notice that lack of furniture stopped you. Hartley and Roger and Mama.
Well, we had the trunks and the barrels to sit on and eat off of. Now they're all unpacked and we sent them down to the cellar.
Well, then, darling, if the homemaking instinct is stirring within you, let's go ahead.
Good. How much have we got to spend?
As much as we need, I guess. I'd set aside about $2,500.
That's an awful lot.
With the price of things today, it probably won't be enough. I'll knock off this afternoon and we'll shop together.
Oh, you sound so masterly. Oh, darling, you even kiss good morning in a very masterly way. David, I've never been to an auction. I've always wanted to go to one.
The way you say that makes me wish I'd never brought the matter up.
Why?
I don't like the look in your eye. Something tells me you've got the auction bug before we ever start.
David, this is wonderful.
What's wonderful?
The auction sale.
It hasn't begun yet.
What do? Do you just call out the price you want to pay for something? Hey, there's an awful lot of men in the audience. They all look like they could be your uncles or something.
They're antique dealers, most of them.
Oh. Buying things the same as us?
We're not going to buy anything. We're just going to watch.
But, David, you said we were going to buy our furniture today.
We're just going to get ready to buy it.
Oh.
We haven't examined any of the things they're going to sell. You have to look at them beforehand.
But you can see them when they're put up on the platform, can't you?
Not enough.
But, David, if dealers come to auction sales to buy things and then you buy them later from the dealer in a store, you pay just that much more, don't you?
Theoretically, yes.
Then why doesn't everyone buy their things at auction?
Because...
Because why?
Because, like most theories, it only works that way in theory. Darling, read your catalog like a good girl.
It's a lovely big catalog to get for nothing. Pictures and everything. Say, how can they afford to give them away free?
They afford it. Don't worry.
Hey, listen to what this says, David. Furnishings of famous Long Island house to close estate.
Mm-hmm.
David, look at the picture of this sofa. Now, look, that's what I call a sofa.
Which number is it?
32.
32. Here it is. Genuine Sheraton sofa with original needlepoint. You've got good taste, darling.
Wouldn't it be lovely in our living room?
Yes, very lovely.
Just what I had in mind. Say, you don't object to its being second-hand, do you?
It isn't second-hand. It happens to be a collector's piece. It's an original.
And that's good?
Yes, darling. Very good. Shh. The sale's beginning. Remember, we're not going to buy anything. We're just looking around this afternoon.
On behalf of the estate of R.E. Emerson, the entire contents and furnishings of a famous Long Island mansion will be put up for sale to the highest bidder.
Look what they're putting up on the platform, a checkers set. Do they sell toys, too?
That isn't a toy.
That's it. Put it right up there on the table.
Checkers is a toy.
And it isn't checkers, it's chess.
Practically the same.
First item to sale today is this beautiful hand-carved ivory chess set, a rare item. Do I hear $100? $100. Do I hear 50? 25. Do I hear 10? $3 I'm bid. I have $3. $3. Do I hear 5? Ladies and gentlemen, is it possible I'm bid only $3 for this rare and beautiful late 18th century ivory chess set, elaborately hand-carved and in perfect condition? I can hardly believe my ears.
5.
But, David, you don't need a chess set.
$5 I'm bid. $5 I'm bid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crime.
He's right. It's giving it away.
$7.50.
$7.50.
$7.50 I'm bid.
David, don't be silly. You don't play chess.
I was on the chess team at college.
Darling, you're out of college now, and we need chairs to sit on and tables to eat from.
One table will do. I can only eat from one table at a time.
We need tables to put things on.
Such as we haven't got any things to put on any of the tables we haven't got yet. $10.
$10 I'm bid.
$12.50.
I have $12.50. $12.50. Does the gentleman say 15?
15.
The gentleman wasn't going to buy anything, but the gentleman said 15.
But, Claudia, just look.
David, who are you going to play with?
I'll teach you, heaven help me.
16.
I have 16. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid $16 for this handsome chess set.
$17.50.
17. A bid of $17.50 from the gentleman.
$19.
$22.50.
$22.50.
You could have been $19.50.
And the bidder against me would have kept going up. I wanted to stop him. You see, there's a system to it.
Going once, going twice, sold. The gentleman in the red.
I've got it. It's a steal. It's worth 5 times that much.
That's good. David, look, isn't it stunning?
Norton. What did you say, Dave?
But they're bringing in now. Look, isn't that stunning?
What is it? Sheffield Punch Bowl, 1820. I don't know what we'd do without a punch bowl.
I have a bid of $10 for this 1820 Sheffield Punch Bowl. $10. Do I hear 15? Do I hear 15? Oh, come now, friends, you can't fail to take advantage of this rare bargain. Just look at
David,
this.
it's beautiful. I want it.
What for?
I have 15.
I can't bear it.
We've got 2 soup tureens from Aunt Louisa. Remember, if you have a punch bowl, you have to have a table.
We'll use your chess table when you're not playing chess.
Now that is hitting under the belt.
15, going to the gentleman on the side at 15, going once, going twice.
$22.50.
$22.50 to the young lady. $22.50 going once, going twice. Sold. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is a beautiful piece of furniture. Just look at that. One of the finest pieces in the collection. One of the finest pieces we've offered in many years, and I have auctioned many objects art over the years. Now, who will give me a bid of 15 for this lovely Sheraton sofa?
Oh, David, that's our sofa.
15.
It's even more beautiful than in the picture.
15.
Pretty nice.
Do I
A little
hear
shabby,
15?
though, don't you think?
15. Come now, ladies and gentlemen, surely that isn't asking too much for this truly valuable piece. 15, I have 15. And now I have 15.50, 15.50. Do I have 16?
David, that's
Do I
dirt
have
cheap.
16?
Because it's
Oh,
so
make it
shabby, I
16.
guess.
I have 15.50.
16.
I have 16.
Don't shush me, it's
16.
nothing.
I have 16. 16. Now I have 17 who'll make it 18 for this rare and priceless old piece.
David, and the sofa we were thinking of was $400, and it was awful.
18.
I have 18 bid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crime. That's no price for this beautiful old piece. Ladies and gentlemen, the needlework alone is worth more.
David, he's right.
1850.
1850. I'm bid 1850. Do I hear 19? 19. I have 19. 1950 on the sign.
2250.
Claudia!
2250. I have 2250. The little lady in the rear has good taste. She knows a bargain when she sees one. 2250 for this rare collector's piece. 2250 going once, going twice. Are you done? So.
David, it's mine. I got it. David, say something. For heaven's sakes, don't just stand there staring at me like that. Say something.
I can't.
But you love it, don't you? You said it was beautiful, didn't you?
Now you have number 33, a pair of valuable Chippendale checks. Now, what am I bidding for this beautiful...
Let's get out of here. Excuse me.
What's
Excuse
wrong?
me.
Hey, wait for me.
I need air. I'm going out in the hall.
David, you're positively white. Don't you feel well?
Oh, sure. I feel fine. Fine.
Well, you don't look fine. You look sick.
Listen to me, darling. Do you love that sofa?
Of course. Don't you?
Yes, I love it.
I don't even want to change that old covering. I think it's beautiful. From a distance, at least.
It better be beautiful close up, too, darling.
Say, David, why do you act so funny?
Me? Acting funny?
Yes, you acting funny.
Look, darling, which would you rather do? Own one beautiful, lovely thing, or dozens of mediocre, ugly things?
One beautiful, lovely thing, of course.
Well, that's good. Come on back to the cashier's desk, and I'll make out a check for the sofa.
And $22.50 for the chess set. And $22.50 for the punch bowl. Say, 2250's our lucky number today.
Yes, darling. 2250's our lucky number.
Oh, lady. Just a moment, lady.
That man's calling us, David. What's he want, do you think?
I'm past thinking. I just want to get out of here.
Excuse me, but you're the lady that just bought the Sheraton sofa for $22.50. You wouldn't consider selling it, would you?
Why should I, for goodness sake?
Claudia, wait a minute.
But, David, I don't want to sell it. Where could we get another one at the same price?
Well, ain't no harm in asking. Thought maybe you'd want to make a little profit on it. I'd be willing to give you $25 for it.
But if you wanted it, why didn't you bid on it?
Well, frankly, lady, I did bid on it. I got a client asked me to get it for her, and I know she's going to hate to lose it.
I bet she is.
To be honest with you, the way you bid, lady, scared me off. It sort of takes courage to jump a bid like you did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't consider letting me have it for, say, $2,600, would you?
No, I love that sofa. I would... What did you say? 2,600 what?
$2,600, Claudia. The gentleman is asking you to sell the sofa that you just bought for $2,250 for $2,600.
David, what have I done?
It's what are you going to do?
I think I'm going to faint.
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Your day's work is done and you slide comfortably into your favorite armchair. The music is soft and pleasant. What more could you ask? Just one thing, an ice-cold Coca-Cola for the pause that refreshes. Now that more Coke is available, you might as well buy it by the case. Then there'll always be plenty in the refrigerator for hospitality as well as family refreshment. Suppose you ask your grocer or service station attendant to put a case in your car tomorrow. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
I'm kept on the run, Sunday, Monday, and always.
Rochester.
I have to clean the house. Am I a man or a mouse? Sunday, Monday, or always.
Rochester.
Yeah,
Rochester. Stop singing. Start shaving me, will you? Come on, now, give me a shave.
Okay, Bubba.
Wait a minute. You sure you've got everything ready?
Yes, sir. It's all here. Hot water, towel, brush, shaving soap, razor, and smelling salt.
Smelling salt?
Yeah, I can't stand the sight of blood.
Shut your eyes and start shaving me. I mean, hurry up. I've got a date.
Okay. Wait till I get the cap off this new tube of shaving cream.
New tube? What happened to the old tube? There ought to be one more shave in it.
But, boss, you've been saying that since last March.
What?
I didn't mind when you made me run it through the ringer.
Now, look, Roger.
And I didn't mind when you asked Mr. Wilson to sit on it.
Look, Roger.
Now, but when you made me take it down to the Union Station and lay it on the railroad track, that was going too far.
Well, all right, Roger. If you say it's empty, I'll take your word for it. Go ahead. You can open up that new tube.
Okay. Do you want me to christen it with a bottle of champagne?
No. Now go ahead and lather my face.
Yes, sir. Look at that soap foam. Are you still under there, boss?
Yes, be careful with that razor.
Okay. Now let's see. 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 chin.
2 ears, 1 nose, 1 chin. Rochester, what are you writing that down for?
After I finish shaving you, I call the roll.
What?
And if there's anything missing, just call me Shaky.
Now, stop being funny. I told you I've got a date. I'm taking Miss Livingston to see Dunninger at the Shrine Auditorium.
Dunninger?
Yes, you know, the mind reader. So please get started with the shave.
Yes.
There's the door. Come in.
Remember me? I'm Hiram Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, yes. Yes, come on in, Herman.
Sit down, Mr. Peabody. You're next.
Yes, you'll find some magazines on that couch. Sit down.
Oh, I didn't come for a shave.
No.
I came over to tell you that while going through our files, we found a policy you took out when you were 22 years old.
Oh, yes. What about it?
Well, it's been gathering dividends all these years, and the money's lousing up our office.
Well, I'll come over in the morning and pick it up.
Thank you. Well, I gotta go home now, Mr. Benny. My wife's waiting for me.
Oh, well, goodbye, Herman.
We've been married 12 years today, and I'm celebrating my iron anniversary.
Your iron anniversary?
Yeah, you've got to be made out of iron to be married to my wife for 12 years.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. I wish she let me rust in peace.
Hey! You little ad-libbing fool. That's good. So long, Herman.
Bye.
I'd like to meet his wife sometime. Rochester, be careful with that razor.
Yes, sir. Now, lean way back and lift your chin up. I want to get your neck nice and smooth.
Okay. Rochester, what did you stop for?
I was just wondering, boss, do you think this would be a good time to ask you for a raise?
No, it wouldn't, and wipe the soap off my face. Answer the phone, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester. Hello, Rochester. Look, I want to speak to Mr. Benny.
Just a minute, Mr. Harris. It's for you, boss.
Okay, well, I'm talking on the phone. Get my shirt and things ready.
Hello? Hello, Jackson. This is Bill.
What do you want, Bill?
Well, I got a problem. My arranger hired another harp player for my band. Now, I don't mind class, but what am I going to do with two harpers?
Two harpers? You never had a harpist before.
Are you crazy? Who do you think that guy is that's there every week running his fingers up and down them strings?
That's the piano tuner. He works for NBC. Oh. While you're talking about your orchestra, Phil, why don't you move your drums back a little? They're too loud.
Well, don't worry about that, Jackson. I gave my drummer the air. I don't like the way he votes.
Well, that's awful to fire a man because of his political beliefs.
Well, I don't think so. Last week, Downbeat Magazine took a poll, and he voted me, the band leader, most likely to become a bum.
Well, Phil, you can't blame one guy for a landslide. Anyway, I gotta hang up now. I have to meet Mary. I'm taking her to see Dunninger.
Dunninger? The FBI shot him long ago.
That's Dillinger. This is Dunninger, the mind reader. Oh. Anyway, Phil, I'll see you later.
Okay, so long, Jackson.
Here you think, boss.
Thanks.
Let me help you.
Rochester, I can dress myself. While I'm gone, see that... Oh, darn it, look what I did, Rochester. I pulled a button off.
That's all right, boss. You can wear your other shoes.
I don't like my other shoes.
Well, if you ain't gonna wear them, you ought to nail the ice skates back on.
I'll do that when I get to New York. Well, so long, Rochester. If Miss Livingston calls, tell her I'm on my way. Gee, it's nice out. I'm glad I got my boots on. If I didn't walk over to Mary's house now and then, I wouldn't get any exercise at all.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. Gee, she turned around. Oh, well, that's the price of being a celebrity.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Hello. What do you know? You turned around, too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I really didn't mean to stare.
Oh, that's all right. Quite all right. I'm used to it. I wonder what it is that makes girls turn around and look at me.
Your garter is dragging.
Oh, would you mind turning around, please?
I'm going anyway. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Darn it, this garter. Hello, little dog. Come here. Come here, little doggy. Wait a minute. Let go of my garter. Come back here. Come back here. Come. My ankle. I better fix this garter before somebody... Whoop! Madam, that boy of yours isn't funny. For heaven's sake.
Junior, put away your bean shooter and come on.
Bean shooter. Well, hello, Amos.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Andy.
Hi, Mr. Benny. Oh, Miss Benny, I hope you don't forget that you're going to be on our program next Friday.
Yes, we is counting on you.
Oh, I won't forget. See you Friday night.
See, Andy, he's supposed to be a big comedian. He ain't said nothing funny.
Just like I told you, Amos, he ain't nothing without Rochester.
Were you boys talking to me?
No.
No, we didn't say nothing. Goodbye.
Gosh, imagine. Amos and Andy have been on the air for 12 years as comedians. They didn't say anything funny. No, well, it'll be fun being on their show. Right. I'm going to take Rochester with me.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. What are you doing here in front of the drugstore?
Oh, just going in for a Coke.
Good. I'll join you.
Yes, Pauline?
There's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, wouldn't you know it? Just when I have a date. What's his name?
It's, oh, gee, I forgot.
What does he look like?
Well, he's tall and handsome.
I wonder who that can be.
He's got broad shoulders.
Well.
And his garter's dragging.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I wonder what Jack's doing here so early. Tall, broad shoulders, handsome. Where did that come from?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I went to the movies last night, and I was still thinking about my favorite movie actress.
Who's that?
Peter Lorre.
Oh, well, I guess it's all the way you look at it. Now, Pauline, I wish you'd help me with my hair, please.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, Miss Livingston, you have such pretty curls.
Well, thank you.
Gee, I wish I had curls like that, but every time I make curls, something happens to them, especially when I have a date. Like last week, I had a date and my curls came out, but the week before I didn't have a date and the curls came out anyway, so it really doesn't make any difference, does it?
No, I guess not.
Hey, Mary, how about it? Aren't you ready yet?
I'll be out in a minute, Jack.
A minute. What am I supposed to do while I'm waiting?
Well, for one thing, you can fix your garter.
Huh? Oh, darn, it's dragging again. Must have happened when I skipped across the street. Mary, you turned that corner too sharp.
Jack, this is my car, and I know how to drive it.
Well, take it easy. Watch out for that man. Put your foot on the brake. Slow down. You're getting too close. Watch out.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, stop being so nervous.
I'm not nervous.
Then get back inside the car.
All right, but take it easy. I don't want to miss Gunninger. Hey, Mary, here we are at the Shrine Auditorium.
The phone number that you are thinking about is BQ 21749. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Gunninger.
Gosh, Jack, he's wonderful. He's read everybody's mind correctly so far.
Yeah, but it must be some sort of a trick. Yeah, I remember when I was in Vaudeville, once I went out with a lady mind reader. It was all a phony.
You mean she didn't read your mind?
Of course not. Twice she slapped my face for the wrong reason. And then once, when...
Quiet, quiet.
We get a thought from a lady in the third row, the left aisle seat. Her name is Mrs. Nussbaum.
No.
Madam, your full name is Mrs. Beverly W. Nussbaum.
That's right, Mrs. Beverly Wilshire Nussbaum.
Beverly Wilshire Nussbaum?
Junior. That's my full name.
Mrs. Nussbaum, the problem on your mind is a serious one. You're married, and yes, you're in love with another man. Mind correct so far.
You are intriguing me. Continue, please.
Well... I must advise you that the man you're in love with is not you. You haven't the test.
I haven't?
No. Charles Boyer is already married.
Now he tells me. So what are you advising I should do, Mr. Gunninger?
Well, go back to your husband and forget Charles Boyer.
Forgetting him I can't. Then Charles Boyer is saying, come with me. Come with me. Come with me to the Kasbah. I am arriving there 10 minutes ahead of you. And when I saw him making love to Ingrid Bergman, I said to myself, if Boyer can be so wonderful with gaslight, imagine when he starts cooking with electricity. What a man.
Well, listen, Miss Baum, I advise you to forget about Boyer.
Uh-huh. Maybe you could arrange for me Van Johnson? For him, I could go in.
No, madam. My advice is for you to go back home to your husband.
With this kind of advice, I'm paying money.
Boy, Van Johnson. You see, Mary, he didn't help her.
And now I have Portway coming to me from a man on the fourth row. I get the name of Bennett or Benny. Jack Benny.
Jack, that's you. Stand up.
Oh, I don't want everybody to look at me.
Mr. Benny, please concentrate. Stand up.
Yes, Mr. Dillinger. Or Dunninger. Darn that Bill Harris.
Mr. Benny, a thought comes to me that 2 weeks ago you lost a dollar bill.
A dollar bill? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
And the serial number on that dollar bill was K155134. Wait a minute, I don't seem to get the last three numbers.
518. That's what it was.
How did you know?
What do you think he reads at night?
Mary, quiet.
Now, Mr. Benny, you have another problem. You have a radio program and you're looking for a singer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I've looked everywhere.
Well, Mr. Benny, I don't predict, but I do think I can help you out.
Really?
Well, let me concentrate. I see a gas station. It's on the corner of 3rd and La Cienega.
3rd and La Cienega.
If you go to that gas station, you'll find there's a young man waiting there to fill your tank. Is a young gentleman with red hair. I get the name of Larry Stevens.
Larry Stevens?
Yes. The boy never sung professionally. He has been working in that gas station for several months, since he was honorably discharged from the Army Air Force.
Gee.
He is 21 years old, weighs 165 pounds, and is a graduate of Fairfax High School in Hollywood.
Larry Stevens, huh?
He has a very nice voice and sings all the time, even when he's working.
He does?
Yes, and now, Mr. Benny, the thought is fading away. That's about all I can tell you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dunninger.
Oh, Mr. Benny, one thing more.
Yes, sir?
Your garter is dragging.
Thank you. Mary, please, I'll fix it myself. Mary, why are you turning here? This isn't the way home.
I'm going to 3rd and La Cienega to that gas station.
Oh, Mary, are you falling for that stuff? How does Dunninger know?
Well, what have we got to lose? Anyway, there's a gas station he was talking about, and I'm driving in.
Oh, all right. This is so silly.
Jack, look. Here comes the attendant, and just like Dunninger said, he's got red hair.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a coincidence, that's all.
Yes, ma'am?
4 gallons of gas, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Got red hair. So what? Dunninger. Sings while he works. Listen to that. Some voice.
That's the gasoline pump.
Anyway, you fall for anything. As soon as he puts the gas in, let's get out of here.
I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon. But I'll be seeing you.
Jack, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Well, I guess that'll show you whether...
Quiet.
Cathedral bells were tolling, and our hearts sang on. Was it the spell of Paris or an April dawn? Who knows if we shall meet again? Or when the morning chimes ring sweet again.
Hey, that sounds good.
Shall I check the oil and water?
Yes, please. Yes, check it.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the past are passed away. The children's carousel, the chestnut tree, oh, wishing well. I'll be singing in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing April in Paris. Who can I run to but you?
What do you know about that? Say, Mary, he's pretty good.
Of course he's good.
I'm going to tell him. Hey, Larry.
Huh?
Come here a minute, Larry.
Well, how did you know my name?
Oh, I know everything. Your full name is Larry Stevens.
Gee.
And not only that.
Oh, brother.
Quiet, Mary. You're 21 years old, and you graduated from Fairfax High School.
Gosh.
You were in the Army Air Force, and you weigh 165 pounds.
166.
You had lunch. See, kid, I know everything.
Well, gee, what's my mother's name?
Your mother? I'm sorry, the thought seems to be fading away.
What's my name?
Mary Now, cut that out. Larry, I'd like to talk to you for a minute. My name is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? You mean Jack Benny, the radio comedian?
Yes, sir. Now, look, Larry, I'm trying to find a singer for my program, and from hearing you sing just now, I think you might fit in.
Gee, do you, Mr. Benny?
Yes, and I'd like to talk to you about it. I'll tell you what, Larry, come over to my broadcast next Sunday, and we'll get together on a deal. How about it?
Oh, boy, I'll sure be there, Mr. Benny.
All right, kid, we'll be looking for you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Larry.
Goodbye. Gee whiz. Me on the radio. Oh, boy. Wait till I tell my folks.
I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
The
Show was rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Now, in the time remaining, let's listen to Phil Harris and his orchestra. Okay, Phil?
And their eyes will pop. The wheels are yellow, the upholster is brown, the dashboard's genuine leather. With isinglass curtains, you can roll right down in case there's a change in the weather. Bright side lights winking and blinking, ain't no finer rig I'm thinking. You can keep your rig if you think that I would care to swap for that shiny little Surrey with the fringe on the top.
The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT. Sure, brother. You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Always those words will mean much to you, for quality is always your first concern, and Lucky Strike quality remains steadfast. Today, as always, Lucky Strike selects and buys the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. That's why Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Sold American. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. From the Army Airfield at Muroc Dry Lake aboard Air Force Base, we bring you the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
gentlemen, after the thrills, action, and excitement of the recent hectic election, there has been a terrific letdown. And here he is, Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and you're right, Don. This past election really was exciting, wasn't it?
Sure was, Jack.
What a close race. 24,307,598 for Roosevelt, 21,224,407 for Dewey, and 2 for Jack Benny. Yes, sir.
2? Now, wait a minute, Jack. I know you voted for yourself, but where'd the other vote come from?
I've got friends, brother. I've got friends. Anyway, Don, here we are at the Army Airfield at Muroc, and I've got an idea. These boys want real impromptu entertainment, so let's forget the script and give them an informal show.
You mean you're going to ad-lib?
Sure, I'll make up the jokes as I go along. Here, take my script.
Okay.
Now watch the real Benny operate. Now, fella, watch me ad-lib here. Well, fellas, here we are up at Muroc, located in the middle of the desert. Which reminds me, when I got here, I took a girl for a walk in the desert, and even the sage gave me the brush. Get it? Sage, brush? Who needs a script?
You do, and here it is.
All right, wise guy, but I still think that I can... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Well, Mary, how do you like it up here at Muroc?
Oh, it's swell, Jack. And say, did you see that Japanese battleship right in the middle of the desert?
Yeah. When Halsey hits them, there's no telling where they're going to land. You know, that could happen, Mary, but this ship was especially built for target practice.
So was the Japanese Navy.
You said it. But, Mary, just look at that audience. You ever see such a fine bunch of boys? And you notice they're all wearing ribbons for good conduct.
Good conduct?
Yeah.
Well, up here, what else can they do?
I guess you're right, Mary.
Oh, say, Jack, did you know that we've been invited to stay for dinner after the show?
For dinner? Here? Well, no, I can't do it, Mary. See, Rochester's preparing dinner at home for me.
But, Jack, last year when we were here, you stayed for dinner, remember? After your show, they gave a barbecue, especially for you.
Some barbecue, a coyote with an apple in its mouth. Barbecue.
Oh, Jack, where would they get a coyote around here?
Are you kidding? Let me tell you something, Mary. Last night about midnight, when all was dark and quiet, about 10 coyotes sneaked into the mess hall and ate up all the K rations.
Well, how did the coyotes get past the guard?
Past the guard? Who do you think gave them the can opener? Say, that was pretty good, wasn't it, Don? Huh?
Sure was, Jack. Sure was. You see, you do a lot better when you stick to your script.
What are you talking about, Don?
Well, at the start of the show, Jack told me to hold the script while he did some ad-libbing.
Jack, ad-libbing?
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Ad-libbing. Last week, Jack went for a physical examination, and when the doctor told him to open his mouth and say, "Ah," he had to send for his writer.
Send for his rider. Don, this whole thing wouldn't happen if you didn't open your big fat mouth. You could show me a little gratitude for the $1,000 a week I'm paying you.
You pay John $1,000 a week?
I hired him by the pound. Hey, did you hear what I just said? That's a terrific joke. What a beauty. What a sensational gag.
Why, Jack Benny, I heard Fred Allen on a program Thursday night, and he told that same joke.
He did?
You know he did. We were both listening to the radio at the time.
Oh, yeah? Whose radio was it?
Yours.
Well, anything that comes out of my radio is mine. Anyway, mine isn't a joke. I did hire Don Wilson by the pound.
Well, for heaven's sake, Hutch, could you go into such a stupid deal?
It wasn't stupid when I made it. 12 years ago, Wilson looked like Sinatra. And if he doesn't stop eating all that kind of stuff...
Hiya, Jackson. Okay, fellas, make for the patty cake. Harris is here. Yes, you pretty fat.
Well, what kind of an entrance does that make with a patty cake? These fellas aren't children, you know. They're men. They've seen life.
You mean they haven't always been in Muroc?
Well, that's no way to talk about a place that's doing so much good.
You're not kidding, Jackson. You know, I've only been here one day, and it made a new man out of me.
What?
Yes, sir. I ain't touching another drop as long as I live.
You're kidding.
Not me, Jackson. Now, I've heard of seeing pink elephants and two-headed tigers, but what I seen today would make W.C. Fields vote for prohibition.
Phil, what are you talking about?
Well, I was driving along, minding my own business, see, when all of a sudden, there it is. I close my eyes, shake my head, open my eyes again, but it's still there.
What's still there? What did you see?
A battleship right in the middle of the desert.
Phil, do me a favor and sit down, will you?
Oh, you're ashamed of me, huh? Well, I'm not as bad as some of these guys around here.
What?
I only saw the battleship. They were shooting at it.
Phil, they've got that battleship in the desert for target practice. That's how they've
Mary,
done
don't explain it to him. And Phil, if you feel up to it, I wish you'd stand up in front of your band and scare your boys through two choruses of... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the boys stationed here at New Rock, I want to present you with this hand grenade.
Hand grenade?
Yes. Hold it in your right hand, pull out the pin, count 10.
Yes?
Then change hands.
Thank you, I will. I wonder if I should pull it now or wait till after the show. Oh, well, go ahead and play, Phil. What's the difference? How Many Hearts Have You Broken, played by Phil Harris, and his Makes You Wanna, But You Wouldn't Dare Because It's Against the Law orchestra. Say, Phil, after the broadcast, we're going to do another show, so have your boys stick around. You too, Mary.
Okay.
And now, fellas,
I think I'll change it to my low-cut evening gown.
Phil, that's Mary's line.
Oh.
Low-cut evening gown. You know, if you'd get here early enough for rehearsal once in a while, you wouldn't make those mistakes.
Well, I couldn't help it, Jackson. I started out early enough, but I got lost in Rosemont.
How can you get lost in Rosemont? Why, there's nothing there but 2 stores and a bowling alley.
Maybe he went up the wrong alley.
Mary, please.
That's exactly what happened.
Now cut that out! Imagine getting lost in Rosemont. That town is so small, the city limit signs are back to back. That's a small town around here, folks. So really, I know because I walked through Rosemont this morning.
That's right, fellas. As I came through, I saw Jack standing in front of the bowling alley smoking a cigar.
What? What did you say, Don?
I said you were standing in front of the bowling alley smoking a cigar.
A cigar? Why, Don Wilson, I was smoking a Lucky Strike cigarette.
You should have been, Jack, but I saw you with my own eyes and you were smoking a cigar.
I was smoking a Lucky Strike cigarette.
You were smoking a cigar.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I had the cigarette inside the cigar. So there.
Well, why in the world would you put a cigarette inside of a cigar?
Because it was raining and shut up. You're just trying to get my job. Anyway, Don, we're out in the desert, so what you saw was a mirage.
And with men who know mirages best, it's Lucky's 2-1.
Very good, Don, very good. Our little fight worked out for the best. Now, let's get back to the... Oh, darn it. Come in. Yes?
Special delivery letter for Mary Livingston.
I'll take it, boy. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, gee, a nickel. Now I can do my Christmas shopping.
Christmas shopping with a nickel. What a cheap guy. You know, he's got a peculiar voice for a boy.
Jack, give me my letter.
Oh, yes, here it is, Mary.
Thanks.
Who's it from?
Oh, look, it's from Mama.
Yeah? Read it, Mary.
Plainfield, New Jersey, November 8th, 4 o'clock. Gruen, watch time.
What?
Tick-tock.
All right, read the letter.
Yeah, let's hear it, Mary.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a short note to let you know that Papa and I are feeling well and want to thank you for the check you sent us on our wedding anniversary.
Well,
just think, we've been married 37 years, and Papa keeps telling me that I'm as beautiful now as I was the day he married me. He's so sweet about it, sometimes I feel guilty about hiding his glasses.
how sweet, hiding his glasses.
I got a letter from your cousin Willie, who is now stationed in the South Pacific. He says that this summer Jack Benny entertained at his camp. And in his opinion, Jack is certainly one of the biggest, and then 5 words were cut out by the censor.
That was a big hit there.
Willie wrote me all about the food they serve him in the camp, and science is certainly wonderful. But they must give those hens a lot of basic training to get them to lay powdered eggs.
I never could figure that out either.
I'm glad the election is over because now Papa and Uncle Julius can be friends again. They were always arguing about politics, and Uncle Julius is such a hard loser, he never gives up.
A lot of people are like that.
When the election results were final, Papa started teasing him about it, and Uncle Julius lost his temper and hit Pop over the head with his Hoover button.
Oh, fine.
No other news, so we'll close with love from us both, Mama.
You know, your mother's cute at that.
P.S. If Jack is reading over your shoulder, give him my regards. If he isn't, what I told you over the telephone still goes.
How do you like that? I hope your father finds his glasses. And, Mary, next time have your letters delivered at home. Now, where were we?
Hey, Jackson, I meant to ask you, how about that new singer you hired? When are we going to get to meet the kid?
Larry Stevens? Oh, he'll be along soon. I haven't exactly hired him yet. You see, we haven't discussed money.
Well, if he don't bring it up, you never will.
I'll bring it up, don't worry. And this kid's going to... Shh. He comes now.
Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hi, Larry. Larry, this is Don Wilson, my announcer.
Hello, Larry.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wilson.
And this is Phil Harris, my, I might as well say it, my orchestra leader. Hiya, kid.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Harris, and I've always enjoyed your music.
You see, Jackson, the kid's hep. He ain't no long hair. He's melon on the beam, and when he beats his gums, his jive is groovy.
Jive? Groovy? Phil, did you vote Tuesday?
Yeah, why?
How could you prove you were a citizen? Now, Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
You and I are going to talk a little business today, but first I'd like to have you sing a number for the boys. How about it?
I'll be glad to.
Good. Now, don't be nervous. Just relax and take it easy. We're all with you. So are these fellas here. So go ahead and sing.
Should I pass the music around to the orchestra?
No, it'll only make it tough for them. They make less mistakes guessing at it. Go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
It's the end of the story, the same old story. All the stars in their glory. No, we must part. Though I have to surrender your kisses so tender that used to enchant me. Won't you grant me only this? let me tell you how much I adore all your charms. Don't leave me tomorrow, for this night will borrow all of song. Let me love you tonight, let me thrill to the touch of your shelter mind. Till the scent of the roses caresses and closes your eyes. Let me kiss you tonight while the stars in the sky give a heavenly light. So when love is an ember, my heart will remember your side. Live a lifetime of love in a moment, holding me tight. Then forget me, darling, only let me love you
Yes, sir. That was Let Me Love You Tonight, sung by Larry Stevens, and very good, Larry.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Now, Larry, I want to talk things over with you. You know, your future, your career, your salary, your... you know, your salary.
His voice always cracks on that word.
Never mind. Come here, Larry. Sit down.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Larry, my boy, you're young. And you have many, many years ahead of you. And, kid, there's something I'm going to tell you.
Money isn't everything.
Money isn't... Mary, will you please leave us alone? Now, Larry, when I was your age, I was a poor kid in Waukegan. I used to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
He was an eager beaver.
Miss Livingston, please.
Yes, Miss Livingston, I want to hear this.
Yes, Larry, I was very poor. I didn't have the opportunities that you have. While the other children went to school to get an education, I had to sell papers barefoot in the snow and run errands for people in the neighborhood. And when I ran those errands, I'd be happy just to get a nickel or a dime and clench tight in my little fist. I'd bring it home to my mother and father.
Phil, I was only trying to coagulate.
Oh. So you see, kid, I've never forgotten those early days when I started from the bottom. So, Larry, let's talk about your salary.
You're going to hit a new bottom, kid.
Now, Larry.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Dennis Day came to work for me, and after being on my program for only 5 years, I paid him $35 a week.
Oh, boy, as much as that.
Sit down, son. I want to talk to you. Now, naturally, you wouldn't expect $35 a week to start with, would you?
Well...
Of course not. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, kid. Larry, my boy, I'm going to pay you. That is, I'll start you off with $22.50 a week. How's that, kid?
Oh, that's swell, Mr. Benny. Thanks very much.
Yes, sirree. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Yes, what is it, Rochester?
I called to tell you that if they invited you to dinner up there, by all means accept.
No, I'm coming home to dinner. Did you roast that chicken like I told you to?
I was going to, boss, but that chicken was so smart I didn't have the heart to kill it.
What do you mean, smart?
Well, when I brought it into the kitchen, it jumped up on the stove, looked into the pot, and said, "Is you is or is you ain't my gravy."
Rochester, that's a terrible joke.
That ain't bad for a chicken.
Now, Rochester, stop being silly. And I hope you prepared something else for dinner.
Well, I put on that pot roast you bought yesterday, but I think it's a little too well done.
Well, that's all right. I like my meat well done.
So do I, but this is ridiculous.
You mean it's burned?
Burned? Even a mess sergeant with a long arm wouldn't have the nerve to serve it.
You mean it's that bad, Rochester? How did it happen?
Well, when it was cooking, I stepped out of the house for a little while.
I know you're a little wild. How long were you gone?
Oh, it was just a matter of minutes, boss.
How many minutes?
About 1,500.
1,500? That's more than 24 hours. Now, what did you leave the house for?
I stepped out to get a package of cigarettes.
Cigarettes? Well, that shouldn't have taken you long.
Oh, boss, come now.
Rochester, we'll talk about this when I get home, and you better have something for me to eat.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Mr. Fred Allen called a little while ago, and he's sure mad at you.
Allen mad at me?
Yeah, he said he was listening to your program, and you stole one of his jokes.
You mean he called me a low-down crook?
That's what he said. That's what the man said. He said that.
Well, I'll take care of him when I get back. Goodbye. Imagine a guy getting sore about one little joke. Play, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an extremely serious message to deliver and ask you to listen closely. Our fighting men are being returned to this country in steadily growing numbers. They're sick and wounded. The gallant members of the Army Nurse Corps have managed, up till now, to hold their own in caring for these men. But as I speak to you, 10,000 more registered nurses are needed immediately. The nurse who enters the Army Nurse Corps will practice her profession where it will do the most good. Now, you listeners can help me urge all registered nurses, those about to graduate, and members of the Cadet Nurse Corps to join the Army right now. For information, write to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. tonight. While you are writing, wounded men are returning. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here are my good friends L.A. Speed Briggs and Kenneth Delmar.
Ladies and gentlemen, at tobacco markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And sworn records show that among such independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44 out of 44, sold American.
This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LS-MFT, LS-MFT, LS-MFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Folks, we've had a wonderful time here at the Army Airfield at Muroc Dry Lake, and I want to thank all the boys for inviting us up here and being such a swell audience. Next Sunday night, we'll be broadcasting from the U.S. Naval Hospital at Corona. So we'll see you next week, boys. Well, Larry, how did you feel being up here on the stage and singing in front of an audience?
Oh, I liked it very much, Mr. Benny.
You weren't nervous?
Well, a little bit.
Oh, well, that's all right. You'll get over it.
Say, Mr. Benny, where do I have to sing tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? Oh, no place, kid. You don't have to sing until next Sunday.
You mean I have the whole week off?
Why, certainly.
Gee, and you're paying me $22.50 a week?
Well, I happen to like you, kid, and... You know, when I like anybody, the sky's the limit.
But, Mr. Benny...
Forget it, kid. Forget it. That's all. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program came to you from the Muroc Army Air Base, New York, and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles, Earl C.
W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, present the Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. And that's what I like about the South.
Last week, Phil and Alice spent a few restful days up at Lake Arrowhead. We find them now driving back to Hollywood through the beautiful San Bernardino Valley. It's a typical sunny California day.
You can't see a thing, Phil. Turn your fog lights on.
No, honey, it's not so bad along here. I can almost see the radiator cap.
We better get supper somewhere. We got an awfully late start.
Okay, honey, we'll stop after a while. Say, what are all those bushes growing alongside the road there? I've been noticing them for the last hour.
Why, they're vineyards, Phil. This is the heart of the grape country.
What's grapes?
Why, Phil, they crush grapes to make wine.
Yeah?
Of course. Years ago, people used to trample grapes into wine with their bare feet. Phil Harris, you get back in this car and put your shoes on.
welcome home.
Hello, Sissy. How were things while we were gone?
Well, they were just fine. Was it very cold up at Lake Arrowhead?
Cold? Oh, Sissy, it was so cold the only way I could keep warm was to tune into Gabriel Heater. Oh, Harris, you kitchen comedian, you. Jarvis of Bedford.
Oh, by the way, there's some mail for you in on the coffee table.
Oh, thank you, Sissy. We'll find it. Good night.
Yeah, good night, Sissy.
Good night.
Hey, honey, look here. We must be very popular. We got a lot of mail today.
Say, what's this one here addressed to you?
Well, I don't know. Open it up.
Well, what is this? Dear Mr. Harris, thanks for your letter. As requested, we are sending you our special dynamic tension muscle building course. Signed, Charles Atlas. Phil, why did you send for a course from Charles Atlas?
Well, I seen his picture in a magazine, and I can't stand to have anyone prettier than I am.
Oh, look, here's a letter addressed to both of us. Let's see now. Why, it's an announcement from Emily Williams. She's giving a musicale tomorrow.
All right, so what? Them snooty parties she gives ain't for us.
Bill, I think we should go to this musicale. Emily always has so many interesting people to talk to.
What do you mean, interesting people? I talk to you all the time, don't I?
I know, honey, but once in a while I like to get out and hear some two-syllable words.
Oh, yeah, look. I know plenty of two-syllable words.
Name one.
Lum and Abner. Don't tell me. Look, honey, we don't want to go to no swanky parties. I don't know how to act at them affairs.
Well, that's no problem. Just be yourself.
Yeah? I tried being myself the last one we went to, and they threw me out on my nose.
Well, I'm looking forward to a very charming evening.
Oh, Miss Society, huh? Don't think it ain't been charming.
No, not at all.
Well, look, kid, until you got in this picture racket, your idea of a big night was to buy a pail of beer and ride back and forth on the Staten Island Ferry.
Bill, I never rode back and forth on the Staten Island Ferry.
Oh, no? Then how come you always back into your slip?
Bill, I covered the children. Why don't you take a last look at them before we turn the light out, huh?
Yeah, honey, I'd love to. Oh, just look at those cute little rascals. Sound asleep. Gee, they're so sweet and innocent. I wonder if I ever looked like that. Nah. Well, good night, Phyllis. Good night, baby Alice.
Phyllis, are you awake? Yes, Alice. Did Daddy kiss you, too? I'll say, boy, does old hotshot need a shave. Yes, and he got vanishing cream all over me. Wasn't Daddy cute in his new sleepers? Yes, he is sat feeding them just like ours. Did you notice Daddy when he tiptoed out? Uh-huh. Why didn't our sleepers have rhinestone buttons? I wonder what they brought us from Arrowhead. I don't know. If somebody gives me one more woolly panda, I'll scream. You better go to sleep now, Phyllis. All right. Alice, how old is Daddy? I don't know. I heard him tell Sissy he was 29. Oh, murder! What are you laughing at? 29. That's as high as Daddy can count. Good night, Phyllis. Good night.
morning, Luigi.
Good morning, Cece. I bring in some flowers for the house.
Oh, well, put them down there. Say, what's that under your arm?
Huh? Oh, these are Mr. Harris' shoes. I found them this morning in the car, full of grapes.
Yes, they got home from Arrowhead last night.
Was he...
No, not this time.
You know, they are getting around a lot lately.
Yes, they are. Luigi, have you ever been to a musicale?
A musicale? Oh, yes. That is a gathering at someone's home where the guests are entertained by beautiful music.
Well, Mrs. Harris is taking Mr. Harris to one tonight.
Oh, murder. That's going to be something.
Oh, but Luigi, Mr. Harris is a musician.
Musician? Sissy, charity begins at home, but you are overdoing it. Anyway, I don't think he'll go.
Oh, he'll be there all right. Mrs. Harris has that "you'll go or I'll cut off your allowance" look in her eye.
Maybe so, Sissy, but 5 is going to get you 8. He comes home with his skin nose again.
By the way, has Mr. Harris left yet?
Oh, yes, he just went off in the car. He had to go downtown.
Man, what a day. Just listen to that motor purr. Yeah, now if I can only get something good on the radio.
And now here is the one and only Frankie Remley of Phil Harris's orchestra, bringing you his transcribed musical frost warning.
Frost warnings? So that's the big radio job he told me about.
Take it, Frankie.
There is no sunshine in old Pomona. Fruit is freezing in Anaheim. So I am warning each orchard owner, get your smudge pots out in time. For my smudge pot, my only smudge pot, you keep the oranges free from blight. Can't do without you in California, though you stink the air up each night.
Stink the air up. He's not doing so bad himself. I got to change that guy. Maybe I can get some dance music on there. Hey, that's more like it. Sure. I remember this one. Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hip hooray and the ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway. The rumble of that subway train, the rattle of the taxi, the daffodils who entertain at Angelo's and Maxie's when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning. Manhattan babies won't sleep tight until the dawn. So good night, baby. Good night, milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight, let's call it a day. So come along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hidey-ho and the rebop-the-doo, the lullaby of Broadway. The band begins to go to town and everyone goes crazy. You rock-a-bye your baby round till everything gets hazy. Hush-a-bye, I'll buy you this and that, you hear a daddy saying. Then baby goes home to her flat to sleep all day. So good night, baby. Good night, old milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight, let's call it a day. Listen to the lullaby of old Broadway.
gentlemen like blondes, some brunettes, some redheads. But all men like hair that looks caressably soft and touchable. Hair that's lustrous and manageable. Beauty-conscious, beauty-wise women know the bewitching tresses men admire come from hair that's absolutely clean. That's why so many women use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. For Fitch Shampoo has a special reconditioning action that thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp, leaving the hair healthy-looking, soft and shining with a sunlight sparkle. Thousands of women shampoo their hair regularly with Fitch in a beauty ritual they know gives unsurpassable results. Fitch leaves each hair strand clean and sparkling. Since Fitch is completely soluble, only an ordinary water rinse is needed. This famous shampoo is good for all colors and textures of hair, and it's so gentle it will not harm even a baby's tender scalp. Fitch has been granted the Good Housekeeping Seal and the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal. Ladies, be hair beauty-wise. Use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Hey, Curly. Hey, Phil.
Hiya, Frankie. Hey, what are you doing standing here on the corner of Vine Street?
Waiting for my fiancée.
Yeah? What's her name?
Leilani. Leilani Schwartz.
Leilani Schwartz.
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah, it's very pretty. Hey, are you really engaged?
Sure. Around her neck, she's wearing my guitar pick.
Oh, gee, Frankie, I'm glad to hear it. Look, come on with me a minute, will you? I want to talk to you. Let's get a cup of coffee.
Okay.
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. This ain't a bad-looking restaurant right here. Let's try this joint.
Okay. After you. Here's a boat. Let's sit down.
Hey, Frankie. I heard you on the air coming down there.
Yeah. Them transcribed frost warnings all right, huh, Phil?
Look, Frankie, I wish you wouldn't take them outside jobs. It lowers the dignity of our organization.
Okay, Curly. But you don't help us none with that show of yours. Let's get the waiter.
Okay.
Good day, gentlemen. May I help you, please?
Yeah. Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, we have very nice chicken chow mein, egg fouillon, bourgeois soup, lychee nuts, very good lead-cooked pork with bamboo shoots.
Yeah. Well, all we want is 2 cups of coffee.
Oh, all right. Hey, Sidney, 2 coffees! Come to me, my tiny egg-roll baby. Cuddle up with soybean sauce.
Oh, wait. Wait. You get a floor show with this waiter. What kind of a guy is that? What kind of a waiter is that?
Oh, where do you see the coffee? You have to eat it with chopsticks.
Oh, no.
Hey, Curly.
Yeah, Frankie.
How about you and me doing a town tonight?
No, Frankie. Don't start that. We've been all through that before. Anyway, I couldn't make it tonight.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about Alice. The warden won't let you out.
Stop it. It ain't that at all. Me and Alice is going to one of them musicals tonight.
Musicals?
Yeah.
Oh, twine me a garland of roses. Oopsie poopsie.
Well, don't get so nervous, kid. Not my idea of it all. I wouldn't be wanting to go. I'm going to hate every minute of it.
Oh, now, what do you mean? If you got to go, make the most of it.
But, Frankie, I'm going to feel out of place. I won't know how to act with them society apples. Suppose they start bragging to me about their stocks and bonds, and then ask me how much money I got. What am I going to say?
Don't say nothing, Phil. Just point to Alice.
That'll slow him down.
Yeah, but be sure you watch how you eat, though.
You mean them guys eat different than we do?
Sure, Curly. All them rich people chew their food with lorgnettes.
Lorgnettes? What's that?
I don't know. I think it's an upper plate with a built-in mix match.
Yeah, that sounds pleasable. Yeah, it could be. Look, Frankie, are you sure, though, that
here we are, please. 2 cups coffee for A number 1 gentleman. Also 2 tiny tea biscuits with fortune inside.
Oh, fortune on the inside.
Yes.
Fortune. Hey, I'm going to look at my fortune. Let me see what I got here.
Hey, look, Curly, it's all in Chinese.
Yeah. Hey, Bud.
Huh?
What does it say?
Oh, I read it to you. 你这个买这样哟，这样呀，非香扑这样嘛，还有这个这样哦。
Hold it.
That's what I like about the show.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Oh, American translation.
Yeah.
Take back your shamba eye, your yamba eye, your kanga egg for young. Then I break my back.
Oh, Frankie, let's get out of here.
Hurry up and get dressed, Phil. We ought to leave for the Williamses in a half an hour.
Okay, honey, I'll be ready in a minute.
I laid all your clothes out on the bed.
Hey, wait a minute, Alice. Where did this dinner jacket come from? Where's the one I used to wear when I took the band on the road?
Oh, Phil, you can't wear that one tonight. It might scare someone, the way those lapels light up.
Oh, but honey, I just put the special Christmas bulbs in.
Well, I'm sorry you can't wear it, Phil. Besides, the batteries are dead.
Okay. Hey, Alice, I can't get into this shirt.
Here, I'll help you. Phil, where did you get those awful suspenders?
What's wrong with them?
Why, look at what it says on them. Souvenir of Atlantic City, 1926.
Darn tootin', I'm proud of them, too. That was the year I got honorable mention in the bathing beauty contest. You know what? Stepping out like this, honey, reminds me of that song that you did in one of them pictures a long time ago.
Oh, what song?
Don't you remember it? Slummin' on Park Avenue.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Put on your slumming clothes and get your car. Let's go sightseeing where the high-tone people are. Come on, there's lots of fun in store for you. See how the other half lives on Park Avenue. Let's go slumming. Take me slumming. Let's go slumming on Park Avenue. Let us hide behind a pair of bouncy glosses and make faces when a member of the crosses passes. Let's go smelling where they're dwelling, sniffing everything the way they do. Let us go to it, they do it, why can't we do it too? Let's go slumming, no slumming on Park Avenue. Let's go smelling where they're dwelling, sniffing everything the way they do. Let us go to it, they do it, why can't we do it too? Let's go slumming, no slumming on Park Avenue.
Well, here's that joint where the party is, Williams's Wigwam.
Gee, there are a lot of cars parked here. Where are you going to park?
Right here between these two Lincolns.
Bill, that space is too small. You'll never get in there.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'll make it all right. That'll be as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Three.
Well, now you've done it. You've smashed our trunk and knocked fenders with the car behind.
Well, just don't sit there, kid. Get out and jump up and down on the bumper.
Bill, I'll do no such thing. Look what you've done to this car. It's a wreck.
Oh, what are you squawking about, kid? You got Cadillacs at home you ain't even used yet.
Come on. Let's get into the house.
Okay. Hey, Alice, Look at that guy at the door at the Williamses. Is he kidding with that monkey suit? Get a load of that guy.
Phil, that's the butler.
Oh, the butler? We'll slip him $5. Maybe he'll give us a front table.
Be quiet. He's announcing the guests.
Mr. and Mrs. Rodney Cavendish, Lord and Lady Guilfoyle, Miss Mehisabel Boyagian of Cucamonga, Mr. David Tate, and Miss Helen Carter.
Go ahead, Phil. Give him our names.
All right. Hey, Bud. Phil Harris arriving on track 5.
I beg your pardon.
Excuse me. We're together. I'm Alice Faye.
Oh, yes. Miss Alice Faye and 1 meatball.
You know something else? I'm liable to punch that character right in the nose.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Give him your hat and coat.
Yes, if you'll be so kind, sir. May I take your things?
Thanks?
Yes.
Okay. Here.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
I'm sorry, sir, but we have no facilities for checking undershirts.
That's my dinner jacket.
Phil Harris, put that jacket back on.
What, and hide my Atlantic City suspenders?
I'll inform Mr. and Mrs. Williams you're here. They're in the drawing room.
Good. Tell her to draw 2 for us. Tell her to go easy on the collar on mine, Bud. Fill it up.
Phil, come along.
Sir Algernon Duckworth with the Countess of Vignay, Mr. Harold R. Wickersham with the Duchess of Leicester, Irving Plotnick with the ice cream from Thrifty. Right on with the
Oh, boy. Gee, honey, is it good to get home?
Yes, that was quite a party, Phil.
Yeah, it sure was. You can say that again. Quite a party. I'm glad we can sleep late tomorrow. I'm beat, honey. My feet are killing me.
Who was that woman you were dancing with?
Oh, I don't know. Some British dame. I don't know who she was. She stepped all over my feet, got powder on my lapels, put her clammy hand on the back of my neck, and then asked me if I was Ray Noble. You know my coat's longer than that.
Well, Phil, I must admit you did pretty well tonight, except for one thing.
What's that?
After the recital, you went up to that soprano and said, "Look, kid, you do all right if you just get rid of that broken-down piano player you got there. There. Right there."
Well, what was wrong with that?
Oh, nothing. Only that broken-down piano player happened to be Jose Iturbe.
Jose? Good night.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Public enemy number 1. That's what dandruff is to the hair and scalp. And yet people need not be bothered with embarrassing, unsightly dandruff if they use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff with the first application is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. For over half a century, Fitch shampoo has proved its excellence by its actual performance. Fitch completely removes dandruff with the first application. And satisfied users have continued to shampoo regularly with Fitch to keep their hair and scalp refreshingly clean and dandruff-free. They know from actual experience how Fitch penetrates and cleanses the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp, dissolving all traces of dandruff. Then a rich, billowy lather forms to float away the dissolved dandruff. So, folks, if you're bothered with dandruff, do as countless others do. Use Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo regularly. Ask for it at drug or toilet goods counters, or have professional applications at your barber or beauty shop.
Phil, let's get the news on the radio before we go to sleep.
Oh, you want the news? Okay. There you are.
And now we resume our program of dance music from Ling Toy's Chinese American restaurant in Hollywood.
Take back your shamba, your lumber, your kanga, booyah.
Oh, good night.
I ain't finished yet.
Oh, will you please get this...
Week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program is written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, directed by Paul Phillips, with the original music composed and conducted by Walter Sharp. Included in the cast were Janine Roos and Ann Whitfield, Elliot Lewis, Hans Conried, and Myra Marsh. Alice Faye appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, you spit shampoo.
Men use Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new life and pep. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy, so pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In this special closed-circuit broadcast to the managers and staffs of all CBS stations, Mr. Paley has asked that he might be the first to speak to you. Gentlemen, Mr. Paley.
I have asked to speak first so that I might have the pleasure of introducing Jack Benny. In a few moments, we'll pick up Jack Benny, and Amos and Andy, too, speaking in Hollywood. But before we do that, I want to take the opportunity to say something else. It is in many ways, I think, the most significant thing I could say here, and that CBS, in fact, can say to the world. It is not about the developments of the past few weeks which have happily resulted in bringing Benny to CBS so soon after Amos and Andy. We all can see what this means to our Sunday night schedule and to our competitive strength and prestige as a network. But I'm thinking of something more important. It's the network Jack Benny is coming to, the network we are today. CBS is now the leader, today, not tomorrow. That is what I take deepest pride in as I talk to you, in the fact that CBS today, all of you, already have the largest audiences in all radio, day and night, the largest individual audiences, the largest average audiences. This is an achievement of which you can be particularly proud. It couldn't have happened without your management and your facilities, without your own great status in the community. And we all recognize, I think, that it couldn't have happened as it has in just this past year without the accomplishments of the CBS package program operation. We did not depend on the hope of bringing some established great programs of radio to CBS. We developed our own, our Godfrey, our My Friend Irma, our Suspense, our Miss Brooks with Eve Arden, our My Favorite Husband with Lucille Ball, and all the others. We developed them so well that CBS program ratings in the past year increased 14% on the whole, while NBC's program ratings dropped 7% in the same period. This is real programming leadership, and it's the kind of programming leadership and audience leadership we intend to keep for you. That is why we are going to continue to develop our own creative program operation as intensively as we can. For out of this will come more Arthur Godfreys and the Jack Bennys and the Amos and Andys of tomorrow. Our programming progress and our programming hopes for the future only make us all the more delighted that we are to have the one and only Jack Benny joining forces on Sunday night with a great comedy team, Amos and Andy. I can think of nothing which more effectively will strengthen our position. There is no one else like Jack Benny. truly one of radio's best, and at the very peak of his audience attraction today. But let us hear from him now, together with Amos and Andy. And what we're going to hear, I've been told, is something unique. Jack Benny and Amos and Andy in our Hollywood studios as they prepare for this closed-circuit talk to you. I don't know exactly what they're going to say, but at any rate, it's for our ears alone. And so here they are, with my best wishes to them and to all of you for a Merry Christmas and a happy, happy New Year.
I wonder if this is the studio. Well, I'll have a look. I'm sorry. There could be a sign on the door.
Oh, Mr. Benny, can I help you?
Yes, Amos and Andy and myself are doing a broadcast for the managers and personnel of all the CBS stations.
Oh, yes. The boys are waiting for you. The studio's right down the hall.
Thanks. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. I couldn't help saying yes to CBS.
Say, Andy, there's Jack Benny now.
Oh, come in, Mr. Benny. The program's already started.
Well, Amos and Andy, where's the kingfish?
Right here, Mr. Benny. Can I help carry your money?
What's that?
Well, what he is trying to say, Mr. Benny, is that all of the shows on CBS and all of the managers and personnel of all CBS stations want to welcome you to the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, that certainly is nice of everybody. You say the program has already started?
Oh, yeah. Mr. William Paley just introduced us in New York.
Bill Paley? You mean he's on this broadcast, too?
Yeah, sir. He is zigzagging in and out of the program from New York. He's listening to us right now.
Well, He is?
That's right, Miss Benny, yes.
And as I was saying, isn't Bill Paley a swell guy?
Say, Kingfish, that boy really thinks on his feet, don't he? He even thinks when he's sitting down.
Yeah, not only Bill Paley, but everybody's so wonderful here at CBS, even the doorman. You know, the other day he spent 2 hours washing and cleaning my car, and when I tried to tip him, he wouldn't think of it. He threw the dime right back at me.
Yeah, sir, they're really fine people over here.
Yeah, and just think, Mr. Benny, we and you has been on the air for so many years, and now, for the first time, we'll be on the same network the same day.
Yeah, sir, right next to each other, too. Oh, we're really neighbors.
Yes, we can drop in on each other and borrow a cup of sugar or a joke or two. Nothing like having neighbors that are your friends. You know, I hate to take advantage of strangers.
You know, he got the right idea, Kingfish. I'd like to shake his hand sometime.
Yeah, but how's he going to get it out of his pocket?
As you know, fellas, I just can't help thinking again what a great man Bill Paley is. I hope he's still listening.
Miss Benny, you've closed your deal with CBS, ain't you?
Oh, yes, I've got a contract.
Well, then why do you have to keep flattering Mr. Paley?
Well, that's in the contract.
Yeah, well, now that we're neighbors, we can have a lot of fun together. You can come over and be a guest on our show a few times, and we can go over on your show once.
Yes. Wait a minute. Why should I go on your program a few times? You come on mine only once.
Well, there's more of us.
Yes, but you don't have the problem that I have with my cash. See, I'm under such a heavy expense.
Yeah, well, anyway, we're glad we're all together here on CBS, and me and Andy want to thank all the fine people for all the nice things they've said about us when we moved over to this network.
Well, the change will be good for all of us. I did a lot of checking up, and I found that CBS is the real leader of the field. Lots of young blood, new ideas, and the executives know teamwork and how to hustle. Of course, Bill Paley is such a wonderful guy.
Yeah, and we would feel the same way even if he wasn't listening.
Fellas, you've been here at CBS for quite a few weeks, and you know all the angles. Tell me, when does the ghost walk?
Ghost? There ain't no ghost around here.
Oh, you know, the old day, the lettuce, that green stuff. What I'm trying to say is, when does that man push the little envelope through the window?
Andy, he means, when do we get paid?
Oh. Well, that's one way of putting it. I suppose it's Sunday night right after the show, huh?
No, it's Monday morning.
Oh, shucks. That means I won't get any sleep Sunday night. I'm such a worrier.
Miss Benny, if there ain't nothing else that you want to know, why we'll be seeing each other then every Sunday night.
And every Monday morning.
Yes. And now, fellas, we ought to say a few words directly to the executives, managers, and personnel of all the stations throughout the country that will carry our program. You know, drop them a few hints.
Well, we can't tell them how to run their jobs. They know that better than we do.
But the more listeners we have, the better off we'll all be. station managers, salesmen, personnel. When Amos and Andy and I come through your station on Sunday nights, for God's sakes, call your friends, stop people on the streets, do anything but get them to listen. Remember, you'll be doing this not only for us and for yourselves, but you'll be doing it for Bill Paley. He's such a wonderful guy. Let's show everybody that there's only one network, and that's CBS. Well, I guess that about covers it. Amos, Andy, did I leave out anything?
No, that was fine. Well, certainly was nice to get together with you. Now we better be running along again.
Well, what's your hurry, fellas? Stick around.
We'd like to, Mr. Benny, but we promised the Kingfish and some of the others that we'd drive them downtown. Ain't that right, fellas?
Yeah, that sure is.
Yeah, that's right. Sure is.
Well, so long, and I'll be seeing you.
So long. So long, Miss Benny.
Gee, Amos and Andy are a swell bunch. Fellas, I just know we're going to have a wonderful hour on Sunday night.
We return you now to New York.
Thank you, Hollywood. Gentlemen, Mr. Stanton.
Doesn't it sound good to hear those voices on our network lines and to know they'll be there every Sunday? But it wasn't easy to do this. For that matter, there is much still to be done, and that's what I would like to talk about. I want to tell you, in concluding this very pleasant closed-circuit meeting, something of what CBS and Jack Benny himself are going to do to meet the one tough problem immediately ahead of us. It is a job we face of switching NBC's Sunday evening audience, an audience of 17 years standing. It isn't going to be an easy job. We must move literally millions of radio families to new positions on the dial. We must change some of the oldest and strongest station listening habits in all of radio. And the challenge we face is to do it without any loss of rating for Jack Benny, even in his first CBS broadcast. In fact, we should give him an increased rating on CBS. Doing that, we can prove once and for all that the CBS stations are the best audience getters in network radio today. That is why we are going ahead with the biggest audience promotion campaign in history, to fight off NBC's own intensive promotion drive to hold their audience Sunday nights. As I think all of you know by now, CBS has taken a double-spread advertisement in the January 2nd issue of Life magazine featuring a picture of Benny, which is the largest picture ever to appear in Life. This ad also names all your stations, too. $37,000 worth of impact in this one advertisement alone. Jack Benny is being exceedingly cooperative in helping us to switch his audience. During Christmas week, he is going to make live appearances on 5 of our big audience shows. On the Lux program Monday night, on Suspense Thursday, on the Bob Crosby Show Friday, on Saturday afternoon during the intermission of the Rose Bowl game, and on the Gene Autry Show in its new time on Saturday, January 1st. As a topper, we are going to make a modification of the CBS System Q, carefully spotted during the day, so that all CBS listeners will get the news fast and often. We will be saying, "This is CBS, where Jack Benny starts next Sunday, the Columbia Broadcasting System." In addition to all this network material, Jack Benny and Amos and Andy, too, have personally recorded special spot announcements for your individual use. These should be in your hands by now. In a few minutes, we will play some of them for you. Benny has also recorded a special 5-minute interview for use by your disc jockeys. But we still need something else, I think. It is particularly important that we start at once to inform the audience that Benny is moving over in order to counteract NBC's announcements about Horace Heidt in America's #1 spot. I hope, therefore, you already are making plentiful use of the new slogan that was wired to you a day or so ago, the one that reads, "Only 10 more listening days until Sunday, January 2nd, when Jack Benny starts on CBS." And I suggest you keep using this day by day until both Benny and the audience are over on CBS together. We can't be certain of what NBC will try to do to keep their audience, but you can be quite sure NBC will make a desperate fight to do so, not only in working out the strongest lineup of programs they can beg, borrow, or invent, but also in heavy defensive promotion by NBC's own affiliates, in other words, by your direct competition. That is why we all have to hit this one really hard. We've got NBC on the run now, and we want to keep them that way. We've got to break a 17-year-old station listening habit. And I know no one in radio better prepared or better equipped to do that than yourselves. Thank you all for your attention, and my very warmest wishes to you for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
In the time remaining, we'd like to give you a preview of the recorded promotion spots featuring Jack Benny and his cast, which have been sent to you from Hollywood.
Hello, Jack Benny speaking.
Hello, boss. This is Rochester. Is it true that your program is moved to CBS?
That's right.
On Sunday night?
Yep, Sunday night.
Same time?
Yeah, same time.
And you got a new deal?
Yes, I've got a new deal.
Boss, how about a raise?
Absolutely not, and that's final.
Doggone new station, new network, new deal. But the same old boss.
All right, boys, are you ready? Fine, let's go.
Sunday night, if you're blue and you don't know what to do, CBS will fill the void. There Jack Benny can be hoid.
Boy, the lyrics are fine, Sportsman, but I wish there was some way to improve the music. Oh, well, let it go.
Ronnie. Oh, Ronnie.
What is it, Benita?
Have you noticed the commotion next door? Jack Benny's moving.
Moving? That's wonderful. Let's celebrate.
No. He's not moving out of his house. His program is moving to CBS every Sunday night.
Benita, never do that to me again.
This concludes our special closed-circuit broadcast.
This is CBS, where you will hear Jack Benny starting January 2nd, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC. Let's raise a toast to Kraft Grape Jam. The jam with the fresh fruit goodness of juicy Concord grapes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Phil Agnew.
Guests of honor, distinguished members at the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Friars Club, an organization of good fellows dedicated to philanthropic and charitable causes since its beginning in 1904, gathered together to honor one of its own, Jack Benny. This evening, Jack's name is added to a most select list of illustrious individuals whom the Friars have chosen to honor in the past. Distinguished names like Enrico Caruso, Clark Gable, George M. Cohan, Nat King Cole, Humphrey Bogart, Bing Crosby, and Mayor James J. Walker. So tonight we pay tribute to a man who, in the election of 1968, threw his support to Richard M. Nixon, who promptly threw it right back at him. Now, wait a minute. It's not that the president didn't welcome Jack's support. It's just that he was apprehensive when he learned that Jack had also thrown his support to Tom Dewey, Wendell Willkie, Alf Landon, and William Jennings Bryan. Looking around, I see on this dais some of the greatest comedy talents in this country. So I'm not going to compete with them and do jokes about Jack's stinginess or how old he is. I don't know how old Jack is. All I can tell you is that the Treasury Department sent me Jack's income tax return, and his Social Security number was 1. We're still auditing that return. As a matter of fact, we're still auditing all of his returns. It's not that there's anything irregular about them. It's just that his classification has the Treasury Department completely stumped. They can't figure out how a man who has been one of the world's top entertainers for 40 years can declare himself a non-profit religious organization. I've gone and done what I said I wasn't going to do. I've told jokes about Jack's stinginess and about his age. And I'm going to stop right now. Instead, I'm going to talk about the human side of a great comedian, Bob Hope. I'm sorry, Jack, but Bob told me he'd never let me beat him at golf if I didn't throw that one in. Vice President, I stand here tonight to say our beloved country faces a great many serious problems. But thanks to men like Jack Benny, we can bear them a little easier. I'm honored to take part in this tribute to Jack Benny, and although I'm not able to stay on for the entire show, since I have no desire to turn this festive evening into a solemn occasion, I'd like to turn the proceedings over to Johnny Carson and let him turn it into a solemn occasion. Tonight's roast master, Mr. Johnny Carson.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Friars tribute to Mr. Jack Benny. And to you, sir, I thank you very much. You were marvelous. You were actually very, very good.
Take those
it just goes to show that the vice president can be funny even when he's not making a political speech. I think all of the performers on the dais were very impressed with your comedy delivery, sir, and I respectfully ask that you knock it off. I think probably the greatest transformation that your office has taken is the fact that you are much closer to the president than former vice presidents have been. Mr. Nixon, for example, informs you immediately and brings you up to date on the governmental decisions and their policies and their national priorities. I enjoyed especially your comment out in California during the reception for the astronauts when you turned to Governor Reagan and said, "They went where?" But The vice president has been a guest on the Tonight Show, and he enjoys a good joke, and he doesn't take them seriously at all, as I was telling the desk sergeant yesterday during my Army physical. But the vice president has joined us briefly, and we're delighted that he could be with us for even a short time tonight in his tribute to Mr. Jack Benny. You'll have to forgive me when I talk about Jack Benny, because I can say it in front of this group tonight and to the television audience watching that unabashedly I can say that the man is my idol. That's true. When I was in high school, I never missed Jack
Why
Benny.
was that funny?
When you were in high school, there were no high schools. But I used to listen to Jack every single week. And as a matter of fact, after high school, I went into the Navy. And during the 3 years in the Navy, I became so impressed with Jack that I started to mimic him. I did his gestures. I still have a little bit of my style. I would do his timing. I would do his looks, his inflections. I even started to walk like Jack for a while. Until one night I was picked up by a Marine. Who incidentally was one of the nicest dancers I've ever met. Jack, I am proud to be the roast master. Am I going too fast, Milton? Did your pencil break? Well, I'm proud to be the roast master at this Friars roast for Jack tonight, and we're delighted that the vice president could come here. He does have to go. He has an important meeting in Washington, and we thank you, sir, for being with us this short period, and I know Jack is flattered. And we will continue, and you'll meet our next speaker in just a minute. Just returned from running a short errand for Mr. Phil Harris. You know, for 30 years, Phil's mammy has been broiling ham in Alabama, and we're all pretty sick of it by now. Well, I present to you a man who, when he says, "I'll have one for the road," means the entire federal interstate highway system, Mr. Phil Harris.
I'm delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of this roast of my dear friend and former employer, Mr. Jack Benny. When I first met Jack, I was a simple country boy from Nashville, Tennessee, unused to the seductions, exotic pleasures, and scintillating sophistication of Hollywood. But Jack taught me everything, including how to use big words like them there I just used. But Jack hired me for his show, and the first time that I went to his house for dinner, we're sitting around waiting for dinner, and Jack says, "Would you like to have a drink?" I said, "Yes, I'll have a cherry phosphate, please." Jack says, "No, I mean liquor." Well, I drew back in horror. But I didn't want to, appear unsociable, so I said, "What kind of liquor do you have in mind?" Jack said, "How about a martini?" So I told him I'd give it a whirl, He said, "Would you like it with an olive or without?" I said, "What's the difference?" And he said, 10 cents. That's the night he got me started. I had one martini with an olive, then another one, and then another one, and finally I told him to leave the olive out. It was taking up too much room. But I'll say one thing. Jack's campaign to make me into a Hollywood gentleman was to get me a whole new wardrobe. He said he knew a place where you could walk up one flight and save $10. I got up there, and I was dazzled by the selection of suits, coats, trousers. I've never seen an attic like Jack's. So I bought everything in sight, even a second-hand tuxedo. I don't know who wore it last, but I found a lily in the pocket. Every time I put it on, my arms kept going like this. That's right, folks. Jack Benny made me over, gave me a whole new image. Not just me. He did that with everybody. He magnified everything. Now, you take Don Wilson. When Jack hired him, he was 6'2", weighed 110 pounds. Jack kept stuffing him like a goose on day-old bread so he could do fat jokes about it. Dennis Day, one of the brilliant intellects of our time. Jack made him into a dummy. Now we talk about Rochester. You ain't going to believe this, but when I first met Rochester, he was white. Be it as it may, and I'm not sure it was, but I know, I now had myself a brand new image, thanks to Jackson. I had curly hair, flashy clothes, a lot of booze, and Jack told me I had to stop living at the YMCA. And the Y told me the same thing. But Jack took me by the hand once again. He said that he knew just the apartment for me, and the next day I moved into a place called the Benny Arms. I've never seen anything like this. High class. It's classy. I mean, the most high-class place that I've ever been in my life. It was legal. Uniformed doorman in front, bellhop in the lobby, and an armed guard in the bathroom. That's so nobody could crawl under without paying. You know? Somehow something was still missing from my life, and I don't know what it was, until one day Jack came over and said, "Hey, Phil, how would you like to meet some girls?" I said, "What?" He said, "Girls." You see, the thought had never occurred to me. I was so embarrassed that my face got beet red, and it stayed that way ever since, you know. But Jack insisted, he said that he'd give me his old dating book that was filled with names of chorus girls that he had known. Of course, it took me a while to round them up because the book just had addresses but no numbers. You see, when Jack was dating, the telephone hadn't been invented yet. But I met Folly's girls who hadn't committed a folly in 80 years. There's no end to the things that Jack Benny taught me. He put the first deck of cards in my hand, took me to our first nightclub, showed me how to shoot craps at Las Vegas, told me how to bet on the horses. That's right, Jackson. You made me what I am today, and I love you for it. But Alice ain't never gonna forgive you.
Here, Ed, put this on your chest. Look natural.
Thank you.
Now I would like to introduce another one of the...
You know, I'm so busy making notes that I haven't heard a thing.
I'm so busy stealing them, I haven't... That one won't go in the time capsule, Milton. To get you going.
Glad you called on me.
I would like to introduce now another regular...
Milton Berle that just got up, Ed.
Careful, the pennies will fall out of his eyes. You're supposed to be a roasted jack, and we're picking on you already. I started to introduce Mr. Dennis Day.
I guess the reason for these mics we're supposed to ad-lib, aren't we?
That's right, George.
Okay, I will.
18 jokes have been done. George says I will, and Jack falls off the chair. I got to talk to you, George. I don't know why. Dennis is getting older by the minute. But he regular on Jack's show for several centuries. Dennis Day is the only man I know who thinks Wayne Newton is a baritone. As a matter of fact, in Ireland, Dennis's voice has often been compared with a nightingale in pursuit of its lover. That's a rough translation, actually, from the Gaelic. What they really said, he sounded like a sparrow in heat. Here is the kid himself. Talk, Dennis.
I'm really happy and thrilled to be here tonight to honor a wonderful man and a steadfast friend. Mr. Jack Benny. You know, I went to work for Mr. Benny when I was just a boy, and through 24 years, our relationship remained exactly the same. I never got a raise. But just knowing Mr. Benny was worth it. He told me that himself. You know, I'll never forget the first day I met him. He invited me to his house, and he asked me if I'd like a drink. And I said, yes, please, I'd like a glass of milk. And he said, homogenized or plain? I said, what's the difference? He said, an olive. I didn't know what that meant, but I laughed anyway. Mr. Benny, you know, he always took a personal interest in me. For instance, he thought it would help my appearance if I had a new wardrobe. And just by luck, he knew a place where I could get a discount. He even took me there personally. I'd never seen an attic like that before. The clothes were too expensive, so Mr. Benny took me down to the basement where he had another line. A little cheaper. I bought everything that was in sight, even a tuxedo. Mr. Benny must have known that I was coming because it was the first tuxedo I ever saw with short pants. I don't know who wore it last, but I found a banana in the pocket. Turned out it came from the Marquis Chimps. It was a perfect fit. All I had to do was shorten the sleeves. 13 inches. Mr. Benny was always looking out for my welfare like that, though. For example, he didn't like where I was living because he said that it wasn't the right environment. I might go wrong. The people there were a bad influence on me. So I left my mother and father. And I moved into my own apartment. It was a place called the Benny Arms. Door to some loudmouth drunk. I would have moved out, but I was making a fortune in tips helping old Follies girls up and down the stairs. I got to like the place. I even made friends with the guard. And he let me crawl under any time I wanted to. But not only did Mr. Benny provide me with my own apartment, but he also thought that a 17-year-old boy should meet some girls. So Mr. Benny sold me his old dating book. I had a lot of trouble rounding him up, though, because when Mr. Benny was dating, girls hadn't been invented yet.
You're too damn funny to suit me.
Well, Mr. Benny, you know, you've taken a lot of ribbing tonight, but I know there's not a person here who doesn't wish you the very best the world has to offer, and thanks for all the years of laughter that you've brought everyone. And it goes without saying that those are my sentiments, too. Oh, my mother would have sent her regards, but she doesn't like you.
is. You're very funny.
Yes,
Your timing is superb. You have how many children now?
10.
Well, your timing is either superb or lousy. One of the two. Yes. What can I say complimentary about our next speaker, Milton Berle, that hasn't already been said by Milton Berle? Mr. Television. Remember Uncle Milty? I mean, for years we all went around. Well, for years we all thought of him as our uncle. Assuming your uncle walks around on the sides of his feet and wears a dress. I like to think of Milton as the Myra Breckenridge of comedy. And it's always nostalgic when Milton appears on a dais with other comedians. It's kind of like going back and paying a visit to your material. Ladies and gentlemen, Milton Berle. Thank you, Merv. It's,
How about that introduction you just gave me? All Sunnyside, Giants. Beautiful. I needed this. I gave up a funeral to be here. Did I? Well, I must tell this. I'm kidding, Eddie. I'm kidding. I must tell the truth about you, Johnny. You were hilarious. I'm a big fan of yours. I really am. I'm the one. Somebody nudge Phil Harris and tell him where he is, please. He has a great mind, Phil Harris. Give him a glass of wine, and he'll not only tell you the year it was made, but he'll also tell you the name of the broad who jumped on the grapes. Up, Ed, please. You look beautiful. He's got the personality of an empty locker. Look at Sullivan. He looks like he's being choked to death from the inside. Enjoying yourself, George? Gumming on your cigar?
I think you just embarrassed me.
I didn't embarrass you. Dolly Madison. She did too. Hey, good ad-libbing. She did too.
That was her line.
I know her line. Oh, by the way, before Jack, will you look at me when I speak? Sorry to wake you up. I'm sorry.
I'm looking. Go ahead, talk.
If I ever switch, you're first. No, I want to say that you switched and I wasn't first. I wish I'd have said that. Dennis, would you like to leave the room? This man that we are honoring tonight, this Yasha Heifetz with the hormones removed. This man is one of the most exciting men in California. His idea of a thrilling evening is to make obscene phone calls to Hermione Gingold. Thrill on Sundays is to wake up his leg. Our friendship, sincerely, goes back a very long time. I've known Jack, and this is true, since the early days of Orville. I remember one time in Cleveland, Jack was dating a girl on the bill. She was a contortionist. Jack loved to take her out to dinner every night because of the great tricks she used to do. She'd get up on the chair, bend over backwards, and pick up the check with her teeth. But he is charitable. He recently contributed $100,000 to the George Jessel Home for flamenco dancers with bad kidneys. This man that we are honoring tonight, I have to be truthful. I'm sorry. He gives away nothing. Nothing. I'm getting mad now. Oh, are you? Yeah, okay. It's the only man I know who has a burglar alarm on his garbage can. Every night he waits until Mary falls asleep and then turns off her side of the electric blanket. When Benny pays for his own dinner, he thinks he's treating. I don't want to stay on too long. But let me conclude my portion by saying, Jack, honestly, it's really a great pleasure to be here. Everything I've said about you, Jack, and everything that everyone has said about Noah is in jest and in fun. And ladies and gentlemen, I am doubly thrilled to be standing on this rostrum because I understand President Nixon is watching this show tonight. And not only because of Jack, but he wanted to see what Agnew looked like. Thank you very much. I was all the way up my dressing room when I heard the applause. Wonderful to be appearing on Milton's telethon. Oh, yeah? I've seen better lines than Buster Crabbe's face. I got a line here that'll close the network. I don't know. Almost 20 years ago. On the tape. And now, Ed, you're coming up next. Oh. Want to turn on your... Alex. I just want to get full of booze. All right. You're coming up next, Ed. You want to turn on your pacemaker? Used up his one gesture of the night. I do. I would like to tell you about an experience of appearing on Ed Sullivan's show. When you appear on Ed's television show for the first time, it is a traumatic experience. I was in California in 1954. I had a call from Ed Sullivan. I rushed back, was excited to be on the show. I brought my little jokes along. And Ed gave me the usual comedy position on the show, being the master showman he is, of following Charlton Heston, reading excerpts from the Old Testament. I came on and died immediately, you know. Ed rushed out to get me one of those cute little hugs he has where he gets all tangled up with you. Then he cued me off the wrong side of the stage where I was damn near eaten by a bear. I know Ed well, and he's been preparing for this dinner for weeks, attempting to frame his remark. Personally, I like Ed's personality. I find it lighthearted, pixie-like. Ed has the kind of a personality that can immediately trigger an audience to file past him. I saw
saw Ed down in the lobby before the show having a duel of wits with a gum machine. And we're delighted, Ed, that your lovely widow Sylvia could be here tonight. I know on the dais here are eagerly looking forward to hearing your remarks. But don't forget to laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Excitement, Mr. Ed Sullivan.
Tonight we're playing tribute to one of the...
You're rolling, Ed.
Great figures. Jack Benny. And I'm very pleased to be here because Jack and I are very old friends. We first met 40 years ago. Jack tells me when he was in his prenatal period. As a matter of fact, Jack's very first radio appearance was on my CBS show back in 1932. I remember it distinctly because I noticed that Jack was watching all my moves and studying all my mannerisms. It wasn't until years later that I discovered what he had been doing. By carefully observing me, Jack had stolen my entire personality, leaving me with practically none. Step by step exactly what I mean. For example, I was the very first man in show business ever to fold his arms like this. Jack pounced on that and has been using it ever since, without so much as a thank you. Another thing Jack noticed was the way I purposely put long pauses between my words. I practiced for years, developing that hesitation in my speech, knowing that the audience would be kept on the edge of their chair, wondering what my next words would be, whether there would be any at all.
And hoping there would
like too. And when he, too, began pausing between words, I had to go one better, and I started pausing between syllables. If the truth be known, the only thing that Jack Benny didn't steal from me is his walk. He stole that from my wife, Sylvia. Yes, when Jack Benny first met me, he was nothing but an empty shell. By stealing my personality, he became one of the finest comedians in the country. So today, when Jack Benny gets laughs, those are really my laughs. Meanwhile, I'm stuck with material like, let's hear it for the bouncing Bartok. Jack, I really love you, and I want you to know that I really don't mind that you took my diction, my expressions, my mannerisms. But one thing I can never forgive is the fact that you took my smile. In other words, Jack, you are a louse. An ice cream cone? A sundae? Neither. It's the new taste treat, the Kraft Caramel Cone. Delicious. And you and the kids will have fun making them. Melt a bag of Kraft caramels. Dip Kraft Jet Puff marshmallows in, then pop them into an ice cream cone. And there's your caramel cone. So pick up Kraft caramels, Kraft Jet Puff marshmallows, and some cones. How about tomorrow? Happiness is a Kraft Caramel Cone.
My pleasure now to introduce my friend, Alan King.
Yes.
Actually, I should say something nice about him. Alan. He's been very successful. He's been very generous with his money. His comedy has built many hospitals in Israel, which is only fair because it's made a lot of people sick in this country. Would you welcome, please, the Adolph Monjou, the Crabgrass Vet, and the Friars historian, Alan King.
As historian of the Friars Club, it is usually my function to dig into the past of the guest of honor. With Benny, it's not a job for a historian. For an archaeologist, maybe. Jack Benny's life has been about as exciting as the 4th of July in London. Jack was born in Waukegan, Illinois. Not in the hospital, but at home. His mother wanted to go to the hospital, but a voice inside of her kept repeating, "It's cheaper here. Something you may not know. Jack joined the Navy, First World War. He liked the uniform, came without pockets. His record shows that he served aboard 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinter, and the... Decorated for valor. Above and beyond the call of duty, I would like to read from the citation. While entertaining aboard a battleship, they came under heavy enemy attack. The vessel was badly hit. In order to lighten the load and remain afloat, volunteers were asked to abandon ship. Jack stepped forward and uttered these now famous words, "I have but one life to give for my country," and threw his piano player overboard. From that point on, Jack Benny's career skyrocketed. He became a full-fledged movie star. Such notable achievements in Hollywood as the Hollywood Review, To Be or Not to Be, George Washington Slept Here, Buck Benny Rides Again, The Horns Blow at Midnight, which was used as a training film for kamikaze pilots. Jack always considered his most artistic achievement the title role in Charlie's Aunt, which afforded him the luxury of wearing his own wardrobe. But as historian of the Friars, I would be remiss, even during a roast, if I didn't seriously mention the overwhelming accomplishments of Jack Benny, the artist and the man. 22 years, consecutive radio star. 19 years, television star. Hundreds of nightclubs, theaters, concert engagements all over the world. He's loved, he's revered, respected. I don't know how to compare this man. Perhaps St. Joseph, which is a small, dull town in Missouri. Jack, always a pleasure to be here.
It's all right, Alan. Historians aren't supposed to be funny. Ladies and gentlemen, no dais that purports to represent the friends of Jack Benny and to be a tribute would be complete without the appearance of his best friend, George Burns. George, of course, as you know, Jack, is known for his ability to break you up at any time. Not that it's hard to do. I have seen him fall down over a speech by Karl Munt. You welcome, please, Jack Benny's security blanket, George Burns. Ladies and gentlemen, and Jack, to the guest of honor. If you'd like to laugh now, we'll get it over with. And Johnny Carson. Oh, that's pretty funny, the name Johnny Carson.
Oh, I brought you a laugh
laughing at Johnny. No. The name's Johnny Carson, because that's a funny name. Can't you say it?
I'm still laughing at Sullivan.
Are you the one? Well, anyway. It's strange to see Johnny Carson here tonight, because I usually watch him with my clothes off. And somehow he seems funnier with my clothes off. Come to think of it, I'm funnier with my clothes off. This sociable tonight is for Jack Benny. He's 75 years old. Amazing. He looks absolutely good. He looks absolutely wonderful. He looks as young as Groucho Marx. And I've got a reputation for being a comedian's comedian because I can make Jack Benny laugh, and that's not true. I don't make him laugh at all. He makes himself laugh. Like I met him at the club. I wasn't doing anything, and he started to laugh. And he knew I wasn't doing anything, but he thought I wasn't doing it on purpose. One night, the Edward G. Robinsons gave a party, sort of a musicale for Grace Moore. And her picture just came out. One Night of Love, and she was going to get up and sing that song that night. And they lined up 2 rows of chairs, and Jack sat in front, and I sat in back. And this charming woman got up to sing. And I leaned over to Jack. I said, Jack, if you laugh when she starts to sing, that would be very rude. The minute the first note came out, his shoulders shook. They carried him out of the room. So you see, I don't make him laugh. Grace Moore makes him laugh. But let me tell you something. Don't ever try to make him laugh. Don't plan to make him laugh, because it doesn't work. One night I asked him and Mary to my house for dinner. And he came, he was in a tuxedo, and Mary was in a long dress, and Gracie was in a long dress. I was in a tuxedo, and I had a 6-piece orchestra, dance floor, and they got there at 8 o'clock, and at 8:30 there was hors d'oeuvres, and the butler came in, he says, dinner is ready at 8:30. And Jack looked at me, he says, well, where are the rest of the guests? I said, that's all, just you and Mary and Gracie and myself. He says, and you got me in tuxedos, and you and I and Mary in a long dress, and you got a 6-piece orchestra, and the dance floor. I said, we'll have a ball together. We'll dance after dinner. You can dance with Mary. I'll dance with Gracie. Then you can dance with Gracie, and I'll dance with Mary, and then you could dance with Mary again. I said, and it'll be great, because there'll be nobody here to bump into us. It cost me $600. I never got a snicker. That thing was a disaster. We went into dinner, and the top of the salt shaker came loose, and a little salt went into my soup, fell in my soup. Fell down 7 times. I paid $600, got nothing. He loves salt. Anyway, Jack, you're 75, and I'm 73. I've known you all my life. I've known you all my life, Jack, and I can truly say this, I've never met a nicer man. You're a fine man, and I only hope when I get to be your age, I'll look as good as Groucho does, too. Time to hear from the man himself, who is respected, admired, and loved by his fellow professionals, and from everyone who knows him, I guess that would be most of the world. Mr. Jack Benny. reviewing the evening, I would like to say, first of all, how very flattered I am that the Vice President could be here tonight, even for this short time. And I'd like to say that even though Mr. Agnew and I have been friends for a long time, he knows that at the last election, I did not vote Republican. Neither did I vote Democratic. You see, I happen to be a registered Whig. And once I join a party, brother, I stick with it. I'd like to say a few words about our Toastmaster, Johnny Carson. One of his gags was the fact that I have to take a Dramamine when I make love. And Johnny, in answer to that, I can only say I never take a Dramamine. I take a Dexedrine to keep me awake. Then he mentioned the fact, as did some others, about my walk. Now, all the comedians, they claim I walk very effeminately. I walk like a girl. Well, in fact, my very dear friend Phil Harris once said about me when we were together, he was walking behind me. He said one of the funniest things I've ever heard. He said, you know what? You could put a dress on Benny and take him anywhere. Well, maybe I do. I don't think anybody can help the way he walks. Maybe I walk like a girl, but believe me, I am not effeminate. Have I bothered any of you fellas? Now we go to Dennis Day, who has been with me for many, many years. I had him tell him the facts of life and all about the birds and the bees and everything. And now he's married and he has 10 or 11 children. Evidently, I made it very interesting. Of course, it was the great Will Rogers who once said, I never met a man I didn't like. Obviously, he never met Milton Berle. Anyway, Milton, thanks for being here. Whether your speech was original or not, it's the thought that counts. Now, I've taken a lot of good ribbing tonight. And I liked it. And I'm sure it was all in good fun, as all of these Friars affairs are. I've only got one complaint, which I marked down there, that how could Ed Sullivan accuse me of stealing his personality? I know we both work alike, but when I smile, it's not written on a cue card. But I really love Ed. And I don't want you to think I'm talking behind his back. If he were here tonight, I'd say the same. Now I'd like to get to Alan King, that young, very angry man. What he's got to be angry about, I don't know. He should be very grateful. In the past, he's attacked the phone company, the airlines, the medical association, all the great American institutions. Now, tonight, me. Now, let's see. What else do I want to say here? Well, I can't leave out some. I'd like to say a few words about my very dear ex-friend, George Burke. This man, really and truly, he admitted it tonight, didn't he? Says some of the stupidest things. And he expects me to laugh. And I do. But there's a reason for it. You see, after knowing each other for over 50 years, not 40, 50 years, we finally have something in common. We are both senile. And now, I would like to thank everyone who made this evening possible. Remember what I said earlier, that I'm a very lucky man. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. And as I realize tonight, as I stand up here and I look around at this lavish affair, the beautiful women in their gowns, the men in their tuxedos, the big orchestra, when I think of all the preparation that was necessary to make this evening what it is, one thought keeps running me through my mind. Why couldn't they have given me the money? Thank you, everybody.
Dennis Day.
that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Colgate Dental Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Love Somebody.
Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. I get feeling warm and gay when she sends her smile my way. I would marry her today, but who she is I will not say. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who. Don't know why she acts so shy. Really, I'm a harmless guy. Hope she doesn't pass me by. If she did, I'd die. I know I'd die. I love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, yes I do. Love somebody, but I won't say who.
is a very important announcement.
Palmolive Soap is giving away prizes worth $67,000. A grand prize of $25,000 in one lump sum, or $100 a month for life.
And that's not all. There are over 2,000 prizes in Palmolive's big treasure chest contest.
Ford sedans,
Westinghouse laundromat,
From Silver Fox scarves,
Toastmaster toasters.
And it's easy to enter. Complete the last line of this jingle.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Write your last line on a plain sheet of paper or get an official entry blank from your dealer giving complete rules. Include your own and dealer's name and address and mail with the big word Palmolive from the front of the wrapper of one regular and one bath-size cake of Palmolive Soap to Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Now, here's the jingle once more.
A fresher, brighter-looking skin is something I would like to win. I'll get Palmolive Soap today. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mail your entry to Palmolive, Box 92, New York 8, New York.
Get Palmolive Soap for a lovelier complexion. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive's beauty results.
Well, tonight, excitement mounts at fever pitch in the little town of Weaverville. For tomorrow is the traditional football game between Weaverville High and their bitter and hated rivals, Middletown Prep. Needless to say, every loyal Weaverville alumnus is praying for his team to win. For when one spends 4 years at a school, one becomes enormously attached to it. And our young hero Dennis Day's feelings go even deeper than that, having been there for 7 years. We find him now in the living room of the Anderson boarding house, where he's been telling his girlfriend Mildred of his past days of glory on the gridiron.
Of course, I don't say I was the best water boy we ever had, Mildred.
Oh, no?
No. As a matter of fact, they fired me after the first day. I guess it was because I took so long to bring them the water.
You couldn't run fast enough?
Oh, it wasn't that. I used to take it out a cup at a time. The regular bucket was too heavy for me.
Well, maybe you weren't so strong, but I'll bet you were awfully cute when you were in high school.
Oh, sure, naturally.
Oh, well, I probably wouldn't have paid any attention to you if I'd known you. I thought I was madly in love with my French teacher. Did you ever have a crush on one of your teachers?
Nah.
Well, that's funny. I thought every kid got a crush on one of his teachers at school.
Oh, not me. I was too mature. Besides, all my teachers were men.
Yes, that might have had something to do with it. Gee, I wonder if my French teacher still remembers me.
I'll bet mine remembers me. I took French for 2 years, and when I got finished, all I could say was CP.
Oh, silly. But a football game like this certainly brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah. Gosh, I sure hope we win it. I've never seen the town as excited about the game as they are this year.
I know. That's all anyone talks about. Even Mother and Daddy can't think of anything but beating... Oh, hi, Daddy.
Rah, rah, rah. Just boom, bah. Hit him in the belly with a trolley car.
We will, Daddy. Don't worry.
Oh, you bet we will. Say, Poopsie and I are going down to the school to see the team off for Middletown. You kids care to join us?
Oh, sure. I hear the coach is an old friend of yours, Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Old Rocky was coaching the football team when I went to Weaverville.
He was?
Oh, that was football in those days. No passes and trick plays. It was bone against bone, muscle against muscle. Skulls cracked like celluloid. Why, I was lucky if I lasted through the first quarter.
You mean you played on the team?
No, just watching. I had a weak stomach.
Well, I'm ready to leave, Herbert. Why, Mother, you're wearing your old Weaverville sweater with a W on it.
Yes, and it still looks as good as the day I bought it. Except that the W seems to have shrunk a little.
I doubt it, Poopsie. The background's just gotten bigger, that's all.
Well, maybe. After all, it was 28 years ago that I first wore this sweater.
No, 28 years ago. Gosh, it doesn't seem that long, does it?
Well, not to me, naturally. I'm only 10 years older. Well, come on, everyone, let's go. Oh, I'm so excited.
Do you really think we'll beat Middletown this year, Mrs. Anderson?
Well, of course we will. I've even bet $5 on it.
$5? Oh, Poopsie, you shouldn't have. You know how badly I need new shoes. I could have taken that $5 and added it to the $5 I have under my handkerchiefs in the bottom drawer of the... Oh, now I've told you where it's hidden.
Don't be silly. What $5 do you think I bet?
Quite a crowd down to see the boys off, huh, Dennis? Where did Poopsie and Mildred disappear to?
Oh, they're over at the bus talking to some of the boys on the team. Gosh, those football players sure are big guys, aren't they, though?
Yes. I'm certainly glad I'm not that vulgar, muscular type of man.
Yeah, me too. I like my bones where I can see them.
Now, just look at the fuss Mildred and Poopsie are making over them. Impressed by a few biceps.
Yeah, women are such primitive creatures.
Certainly. What good are muscles, anyway?
All they do is put a strain on your skin.
Muscles, blah.
And also fat.
And likewise poo.
Darn right. And I'd say the same thing if I had some.
Oh, there's the coach. Hey, Rocky.
Gosh, Mr. Ennis, I wonder why he's looking so sad.
Hello, Herbie.
Hi, Rocky. You remember this young fella, don't you?
Huh?
I used to be the water boy.
Yeah, well, we've had so many water boys, you know.
Oh, I was the one you said carried less water in his bucket than on his brain.
Oh, Dennis Day. Glad to see you again, Day.
Say, is anything wrong, Rocky? You seem kind of upset.
Upset? I'm half crazy. Didn't you hear what happened? I just found out 10 minutes ago that a spy from Middletown sneaked into our secret practice and stole every one of our plays.
What?
Yes, they've got all our plays, and it's now too late to line up any new ones. We'll be slaughtered.
Oh, my gosh, the rat.
You said it. Of all the dirty, low-down, sneaking, unethical tricks to pull.
But where were you at the time, Rocky?
In Middletown on a roof across from their field with my telescope.
Did you spot any of their plays?
Not one. They chased me away the minute they saw me.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there you are, Herbert. I've been... Why, what's the conference?
A Middletown spy stole all our plays, Mrs. Anderson. We're sunk.
What?
It's true, fairy flower.
But they can't do this to us. Do you realize what's at stake? The glory and honor and pride of Weaverville High and my $5. Action, that's what we need. We'll send a spy up to Middletown to steal their plays.
Oh, if they caught him, they'd murder him, skin him alive. I couldn't order anyone to go on a mission like that.
I've got 2 volunteers for you, Herbert and Dennis.
Huh? But, Poopsie, you just heard how dangerous it'd be. You might lose me.
Herbert, Weaverville High gave you to me. Weaverville High has the right to take you away.
Well, it is our only chance. Now, look, they'll have a secret practice session before the game. All we got to do is figure a way to get you 2 guys in.
I have it. They can pose as doctors.
Doctors?
It's perfect. Tell them you're there from the Board of Health to check on the players. I'll go home right now and clean out the medicine chest and throw it all into a little black bag. I'll meet you back here in 10 minutes.
Well, I guess it's for Weaverville, Rocky. If they get me, see that I'm buried back at the chemistry lab, will you, old man? That's where I spent my happiest hours in school.
You're a brave man, Herbie. How about you, Dennis? Any last requests?
Yeah, bury me in the principal's office. Many's the time I wished I were dead there.
Okay, fellas. I don't have to tell you what this means to the old school.
Oh, I'd die for dear old Weaverville, Rocky. You know that. Shall we all sing our alma mater together for what may be the last time?
Yeah, let's.
Very well. Bow your heads, gentlemen, and face the east.
Weaverville, oh Weaverville, we loved you then, we love thee still. Thy hallowed walls, thy color serene, hail to magenta and aquamarine.
Oh, Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, thou art so much more than a learning mill.
Defend thyself from all attacks.
All attacks.
Oh, Lord, give brains to thy quarterback.
Oh, graduate, thou shalt always thrill at mention of the name of Weaverville. And wherever thou dost travel at, thou shalt bare thy head by removing thy hat. Weaverville, oh
Gee, I sure hope this works, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, me too. If we can only make these Middletown coaches think that we're really doctors.
Well, in case he wants proof, I brought along a pack of camels.
Well, I hope it's enough. Look, there he is coming toward us. On your toes now, Dennis.
Sorry, gents, but this is a secret practice. Can't allow anybody on the field, do we?
Just a second, my good man. We happen to be from the Board of Health. I'm Dr. Cronkite, and this is my colleague, Dr. Weltschmerz.
From the Board of Health?
Yes, we're investigating football. A very unsanitary game from what we hear. Most unsanitary.
Unsanitary? That's ridiculous.
You can't argue with facts, Coach. A recent survey of the Harvard football team of 1839 showed that every one of those players are dead at the present time. Every one.
Well, of course they're dead.
And not only that, but at the end, they all showed exactly the same symptoms.
Yes, extreme old age.
Oh, now look here.
Now, I'm sure that you'll agree there must be something basically wrong with a sport that takes fine young boys and turns them into old men within 70 years.
Yes, this threat to public health cannot go unchallenged.
We've got to find out what makes this game so unsanitary. Now, tell me, how many men are there on each side?
11, but...
Please, don't interrupt. How many footballs are used in the game?
1.
What? 22 men all using the same football? Shocking.
It's a disgrace.
No wonder football teams go around with their eyeballs twitching, their hands shaking, and their backfields in motion.
Well, gosh, Doc, maybe you got something. I never thought about it before.
Of course. Here, give one of these pills to every man on your team immediately.
Yeah, well, what are they?
They're new secret vitamin pills. Each pill contains as much nourishment as 3 dozen eggs, 5 quarts of milk, 4 T-bone steaks, and an order of chopped liver with schmaltz.
Oh, yeah. Well, sure, Doc, whatever you say. Thanks a lot.
Dennis, what did you do that for? Look, he is giving the team the pills.
Oh, they were only some aspirin tablets I found in the bag.
But even so,
Well, we had to get rid of them, didn't we? We want to write down those plays. Anyway, it made them less suspicious of us.
Well, maybe. Say, that is a pretty nifty football team he's got, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll say. Hey, look at that play they're running now. That's pretty cute.
Well, don't you worry. I'm putting it right into my little black book here.
Attaboy.
Our boys will... Oh, my gosh, Dennis, look. One of the boys just got hurt on that last play.
Yeah. Holy smoke, they're bringing them over here.
Oh, I know. We're supposed to be doctors.
Oh, my gosh, that's right. I wouldn't be in that kid's shoes for anything.
We've got to keep up the bluffer.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Here's a patient for you, Doc. He was just hurt in the scrimmage.
In the scrimmage, huh? Bad. That's bad. That's right near the liver.
It's nothing, Doc. I'm just a little shaken up.
Oh, don't be too sure of that, my boy. We better play it safe and take a post-mortem.
A post-mortem?
I think maybe the first thing to do is feel his pulse, Doctor.
All right, Doctor. We'll work it out together. You find it and I'll feel it. On the other hand, why bother? This man's ailment is quite clear. Appendicitis.
Hey, but, Doc, I had my appendix out last year.
Oh. Well, what I meant was tonsillitis.
I had my tonsils out the year before.
Okay, you've had a heart attack. Let's see you get out of that one.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Oh, he's very bad, Coach. This boy must have complete quiet. I want him to stay right where he is for 48 hours.
48 hours? But we got a football game to play in this field at 2 o'clock.
Well, in that case, warn the players not to step on him. Complications might arise. Come, Dr. Weltschmerz. We must be going.
Coming, Dr. Cronkite.
I'll see you later, Coach.
Okay, Mike. Get up, get back in there.
Hey, but, Coach, the doctor just said...
Doctor, my eye. Those guys aren't doctors. They're a couple of spies from Weaverville trying to get a line on our plays.
What? But they even gave us pills.
Nothing but aspirin. I saw the bottle in their bag. I also saw a little book with one of our plays in it.
And you're letting them get away with it?
Don't be a dope. I tore out the play they had and filled up the book with phony ones. Now every time they think they know what's coming, they'll get something else. We'll murder them, Mike.
Ah, Coach, you're a genius. That game will be a massacre.
Yes, operator. Weaverville 227. Oh, thank you. Hello, Pooksy. This is your lover boy, the Matahari of Weaverville. Sure, we just delivered a whole notebook full of their plays to Rocky. Yeah, I think your $5 is safe, dear.
Tell her to bet some more. Pack the furniture, everything. It's in the bag.
Bet all you can get down, Pooksy. It's a cinch. Yeah. No, we're not staying for the game. Someone might get wise to us. And we'll be home on the next bus. Huh? Well, you're my big booful baby doll, Smokey Wookie, too.
wonderful, boys. Why, Weaverville will run all over Middletown now.
Yep, thanks to us. We did a pretty brilliant job, didn't we, Dennis?
Brilliant. Oh, shucks, there must be a stronger word than that.
Oh, I agree with you.
Sure, who needs muscles? We may not have them, but we got brains. Mr. Anderson was so clever about writing down those plays in his book, I didn't even see him do it myself.
Me? I didn't write those plays down. You did.
No, I didn't.
But you must have.
Oh, I ought to know. I never left my side for an instant.
Well, but if you didn't write them, and I didn't write them, who did?
Well, let's face the facts. There were only 3 of us anywhere near the bag. You, me, and the Middletown coach. Now, if it wasn't you and it wasn't me, it was... Oy, what a disgusting face on this fact.
Yes. Dennis, do you know what this means?
Uh-huh. No muscles, no brains, nothing.
Will someone please tell me what this is all about?
We've been tricked, Mildred. That coach must have gotten wise and written the plays in our book himself while we were working on an injured player. Meanwhile, Weaverville would get the worst beating in its history.
Oh, I feel faint. Take my hand and lead me to the sofa.
We'll have a pretty long walk. That was one of the things Mother hopped to bet on the game.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, something's got to be done. She'll be down any minute to listen to the football scores on the radio.
Oh, my soul and former body.
Well, my 2 brave, wonderful heroes.
Hello, Poopsie.
Well, what are we waiting for? Jack Collins is on right now with his sports broadcast. Let's turn him on and get the good news.
Oh, we can't hear him now. We got to tune in the Green Hornet.
Oh, yeah, we just must have to hear that.
The Green Hornet? Why this sudden interest in the Green Hornet?
In the last episode, a stinger was caught in the door and he was turning blue.
Stop it. I want to hear that score. There.
And here's another final score. Pomona Barbara College, 27. North, Southeast, West, Virginia, 13. And here's a late one that just came in. Well, is this amazing? Weaverville High was supposed to beat Middletown by a margin of 1 touchdown. But the final score, which was just handed to me, reads, Middletown 13, Weaverville 110.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, my gosh.
Why, he must have made a mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just made a mistake on the last score.
Oh.
It should read Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Good heavens.
My scouts informed me that the Middletown team acted in a very strange manner. They started off well, but after the game had been underway for a few minutes, they began to stagger all over the field and fall down unaccountably without being touched. The final score again, Middletown 13, Weaverville 112.
Oh, happy day. Money, money, money. I'm loaded with it. Oh, you wonderful boys, you. I know I shan't be able to sleep a wink tonight with all this excitement. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either. It must be a dream. If I thought I could stand the pain, I'd pinch myself.
It's no dream, my boy. But what do you suppose happened to the Middletown team?
We'll probably never know.
I've forgotten my excitement. Where's the little black bag I gave you? It has all the medicine in it, and I want a sleeping pill to calm my nerves.
Sleeping pill? A sleeping pill? But there weren't any sleeping pills in the bag, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh, yes, there were. I had them in an old aspirin bottle.
An aspirin bottle?
Yes.
The mists are beginning to clear away.
Gosh. So that's why they said... Gosh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis?
Shall we face the east?
Yes, Dennis.
Weaverville, oh, Weaverville, aren't you glad they took that pill? Weaverville, dear Weaverville, we love thee still, we always will.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder, for Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today, for cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. With George Dooning and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing Bluebird of Happiness.
Feel like I hold your head up high till you find the bluebird of happiness.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
For soft, gleaming, glamorous hair, try Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty new cream shampoo. In tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Be a lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week to Colgate's Hour of Fun. Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This month, your city's community chest is making its annual appeal for funds to meet the urgent needs of your community's vital health and welfare services. The community chest is many campaigns in one. Were it not for your community chest, as many as 35 separate appeals would have to be made. The need for health, welfare, and recreation services is greater than ever before, and operating costs have gone up. In addition, USO is being restored for our armed forces, and your community chest has been asked by Secretary of Defense James Forrestal to help raise funds for it. So open your heart and your purse. When a community chest representative calls, give, and give generously. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Voice of America presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Coleman.
And Benita Coleman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
Surround us here today, and we will not forget
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Running a college is a serious responsibility, entailing as it does the care and mental feeding of some hundreds of future citizens. It's therefore a happy and therapeutic event when a president, in this case Dr. William Todhunter Hall, Ivy's head man, can come home to his lovely wife, in this case Victoria Hall, smiling and happy over an amusing incident. As he says...
Of course, it may be that the cares of my office and the familiarity with the usual daily routine make odd or amusing incidents seem odder and more amusing than they really are. But this one, I think I can stand the acid test of repetition.
Well, come on. Don't you stand giggling to yourself. What's it about?
Newts.
Newts? You mean hickory newts, wall newts, and coconut?
No. I'm not talking about nuts. I said newts.
Oh.
A newt is a batrachian, akin to the lizard and the salamander, found along the banks of streams.
Well, you'll excuse me if I don't care to meet any. With me, no newt is good newt.
Well, I admit they are not to be listed among nature's beauties, but for biologists, they hold a tremendous attraction because of their peculiar ability to recreate and regenerate lost parts of themselves, legs, tails, and so on.
Why, the clever little things. Well, what happened about them that amused you so much?
Well, I met a student. A young Charles Goldring. Yes. Well, the last time I saw him, he was barely scraping by financially. Rather threadbare, always hungry, working long hours to pay his way. Now, he is resplendent in new clothes, a chartreuse convertible, and a big man on campus. He is a biology student. He collects newts.
Well, for goodness sake, come on, get to the plot.
Oh, it's a simple one, Vicky. Rags to riches. Well, it seems that he assumed that other science students might be interested in his collection. So he photographed them in color. Brought 5 minutes airtime on XYVY and offered copies of the photographs for sale. As I remember it, the sales talk was something like, special this week, nude photos in full color. He said it was a must for biology students.
Naturally, yes.
Well, young Goldring said he couldn't print them fast enough. He was amazed that so many students were students of biology. It just goes to prove, as John Haldane claimed, that science is vastly more stimulating to the imagination than are the classics.
Yeah, well, speaking of classics, Louisa is cooking you a surprise dessert for dinner.
Oh, something with a pronounced flavor of vanilla?
I think so. How did you guess?
Oh, my darling, that was no guess. All her desserts are flavored with vanilla. I think I shall send her an anonymous letter containing the facts of life about chocolate, maple, and cherry.
It's ominously quiet out in the kitchen, even for making dessert. I wonder, is it later than you think or earlier than I think?
Oh, I don't know, dear. I forgot to wind my watch last night, and I set it by dead reckoning this morning. I woke up, reckoning I was dead, and set the hand.
You know, it must be nearly 4. Turn on the radio, Toddy. The campus station will give us the time.
All right. You know, we really should listen to our station more often.
Yeah.
After all, it's the voice of Ivy, and we... That's a lovely voice. I wonder who she is.
That's a Schubert song, the Forelli, the Trout.
I wonder if it's a record.
Yeah.
A very mature voice. High music. Really lovely.
You have just heard a group of Schubert songs sung by Miss Marion Coulter, a major in the Ivy Department of Music. Miss Coulter was accompanied at the piano by Ray Turner, also of the music department.
Talent, huh?
Listen again next week at the same time when we present another in our series of afternoon concerts. It is exactly 4 o'clock by the library tower.
4 o'clock. There we are. Now we can synchronize the vanilla dessert with the library tower.
And now, station XIVY takes pleasure in presenting Professor Heelslip, head of the Department of English at Ivy College.
Oh, no!
Professor Heelslip's subject for this afternoon is hunting for humor in the sonnets of Shakespeare. Heelslip is well known for his...
Hunting for humor in the sun. Now, really?
Professor Heathcliff goes after jokes like some men go after big game. He must have a room filled with trophies of the chase. Poor, stuffed and mounted little witticisms staring down from the walls with glassy eyes and moth-eaten pelts.
Yes, with little brass labels on all of them saying, "This point was killed by Marvin Heathcliff."
Yes. But he means well.
Oh,
even
lucky you. Now, Louise, I'll have to answer the door and maybe spoil your nice vanilla dessert.
Won't I be ashamed if it turns out to be a vanilla dessert that I like? But really, doesn't the...
Mrs. Hall?
Professor Zeller, come in.
Professor Zeller, how nice to see you.
Thank you. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Dr. Hall.
Oh, not at all. I sometimes regret that the music department functions so well. such harmony deprives me of the chance to see you more often, Professor Zeller.
Yeah, but don't wait for discords to come and see it.
I won't. As a matter of fact, the reason I dropped by is that the department has just received a new recording of a Bartok string quartet, which I thought that you'd want to hear, Mrs. Hall. I've also brought along the score.
Oh, good. I like to follow the score when I listen to something new.
Well, you're not alone in that, Mrs. Hall. Any important musical contribution must say new things in the language of our time.
Yes, the old saying that familiarity breeds contempt is but a half-truth. It arises only when the object under study, whether an individual or a musical composition, reveals itself as empty and pretentious, and thus does breed contempt.
And when that kind of contempt is bred, it's awfully hard to get rid of the puppies.
Yes, but obviously, when the object turns out to have merit, then familiarity brings the rewards of a new and enriching experience. When, for instance, a new musical score is presented, if it is in too popular a vein, public familiarity may kill it with enthusiasm. If it is too esoteric, regardless of quality, acceptance may be so slow as to discourage the composer and become public domain before it... Professor, if I should accompany this lecture with colored slides and a piccolo obbligato, do you think your music class could stay awake through it?
Dr. Hall, I was wondering if I could persuade you to give up your presidency and join the music department. I could use you.
Well, he probably faces the music oftener as president, Professor Zeller.
You know, my classically minded students consider me to be a partisan of modern music, as my modern-minded ones consider me an enthusiast of the classics. I am guilty on both counts.
Well, there are those who believe the three Bs, Bach, Beethoven, and Brahms, took the last of the honey from the hive and left it to the sterile drones. Though, of course, when I was a boy studying piano, I always referred to the three M's.
The three M's?
Yes, dear, Mendelssohn, Mozart, and me.
Oh, really? By the way, Professor, we just had one of your music students on the Ivy station, and she has a lovely voice.
Yes. Her name was Marion Coulter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes, Marion Coulter. Oh, she's such an excellent musician, Dr. Hall. Oh, it's a pity.
A pity?
Well, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, last week she told me she was giving up music at the end of this semester. I couldn't get her to tell me why. She's not returning to Ivy next term, and I confess I'm completely baffled.
Well, could it be some romantic trouble, do you think?
No, I don't think so.
A financial problem, perhaps?
Well, I know that she recently helped another student who needed money, so that doesn't sound logical.
What could it be?
Well, she was very gay and lively when she first came to us as a transfer student, but during the past year, she's become more and more quiet and subdued. She seems to have pulled back into some sort of a shell. Dr. Hall, I wish you'd try to talk to her.
Yes, let's invite her over and tell her how much we enjoyed her singing, huh?
Perhaps we should. After all, when I became dean of the college, wonderful old Dean Martin of the graduate school said to me, "William, one of the most difficult things you're going to have to learn in dealing with the students is to distinguish between idle curiosity and necessary inquiry. As an administrator, you must never use one as an excuse for the other."
Oh, did you say said that, Dean Martin?
Yes, dear.
Dean Martin of Martin and Lewis?
No. No, my love. This was Everard Martin.
Oh, Everard.
Yes, he was dean of the graduate school. A humorist, perhaps, but not a comedian.
Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. As we return to The Halls of Ivy, Dr. Hall is just arriving at his home at number 1 Faculty Road.
Vicky! Where are you? Your breadwinner has returned.
Hello, breadwinner. Did you win a lot of bread today?
Ah, that's my love. That is a question which opens the oven door on a lot of half-baked puns. Such as kneading the dough, too much crust, and so forth. And, of course, the faded placard to be seen in a million sandwich shops. As you wander on through life, brother, whatever be your goal, keep your eye upon the donut.
And not upon the hole.
I commend you, my love, on your familiarity with the classics.
Well, thank you, Tom. Oh, you're wearing a poppy.
Yes, Poppy Day, my darling. I bought this from the American Legion. And here is one for you, purchased just to be non-partisan from the veterans of foreign wars. Oh. Here you are, my dear, with love, a poppy. From Poppy to Mommy.
Well, thank you, Poppy. How was the board meeting?
As usual. Clarence Wellman was in one of his large economy-sized moods. Hendricks was affable and full of charming, idiotic non-sequiturs. Wilson found the water cooler lacking in cups and spent the full time trying to fashion one out of a sheet of letter paper. Result, a wet necktie and an unsatisfied thirst. And a motion, seconded but defeated, that future stationery orders be made contingent on the waterproof quality of the paper. Mr. Merriweather was absent.
Well, that takes care of the fun and frolic. How about the business? Did the chemistry department get its new lab?
Yes, but the moot point, as always, was the sum to be spent. Mr. Wellman seems to labor under the delusion that fully equipped chemistry laboratories can be readily acquired at Ladies' Aid rummage sales, police auctions, or 10-cent stores.
Must have been quite a jam session.
No, not with Clarence. No, he follows the Red Queen's famous rule. Jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. And music reminds me. Did Marion Coulter call?
Yes, she did. She got your message, and I asked her to drop by here at 5 o'clock. Have you found out anything more about her?
Yes, and it all fits into the same baffling picture. She moved out of the dorm at the beginning of this semester and took a room by herself in one of the approved private houses. Mr. Everts, her faculty advisor, reports the same unexplained general retreat from...
Now, that must be Marion. Louise, I'll get it.
Vicky, if the girl isn't disposed to talk, I'm not going to impose upon her. After all, I must respect a person's... Oh, Mr. Merriweather. Welcome home. Come in.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Merriweather. How nice to see you.
Ma'am, if all your pupils are as glad to see you and your husband as mine are, you have a happy little college.
Well, sit down, Charles, and give an account of yourself. You were AWOL for our faculty follies last week. We needed you.
You heard about our follies, didn't you, Mr. Merriweather?
Yes, I did, ma'am, but I'd have been no help at all. No talent, Charlie, that's me. When I was 10 years old, I could lay a fork against a spoon and flip the spoon into a water tumbler, but it never seemed to get me anywhere socially.
I hope that wherever your trip took you, you were compensated for what you missed.
Well, I wouldn't call it compensation, Bill, more like computation. I was settling a little income tax matter in Washington, D.C., and just got back. I didn't get much back. But these days, anything is something.
Well, they're used to complaints, Mr. Merriweather. The seat of any government is the place to register the kicks.
But the best part of Washington, D.C. is that you don't get shot in the morning for kidding about it. It's our own front yard. And if it gets full of weeds, who owns the lawnmower? We do. And if you're the kind of sentimental peasant that I am, you get a little misty-eyed at the flag over the Capitol Dome, and you get pretty choked up at the Lincoln Memorial, and a lump in your throat at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That's when you begin to realize that in Washington there may be things that are hard to swallow, but it's when you find it hard to swallow that you know it's a great country.
In next year's Faculty Follies, there will be top billing for Merriweather and his marvelous monologues.
Well, with that, I will make my exit as quickly and gracefully as possible while I still... now, how's that for timing? 1 in, 1 out.
I'm sorry I have an appointment, Charles. I would enjoy hearing more of your impressions of Washington.
More, Bill. You're a glutton.
Oh, come right in. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello. You're Marion Coulter, aren't you?
Yes.
My wife, Mrs. Hall, and this is Mr. Charles Merriweather.
How do you do? I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Young lady, I don't think anybody else is sorry. Well, goodbye, all. Glad to have met you, Miss Coulter.
Goodbye,
Mr.
Charles.
Merriweather. Yes. Now, please sit down, Marion, won't you? Thank you.
And thank you for responding so quickly to my note.
Oh, it was a very nice note, Dr. Hall. I hoped my broadcast would bring at least one fan letter. But I certainly didn't expect one from the president.
Well, you deserved it.
And having met your voice, Dr. Hall and I decided we wanted to meet you, too. Have you been studying long, Marion?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hall. I decided I wanted to be a singer a long time before my voice was ready for it. It's been my whole life.
Professor Zeller has told us that you were thinking of leaving the department and Ivy. We're very sorry to hear it.
Mrs. Hall,
You needn't tell us unless you wish to, Marion. But Mrs. Hall and I would like to help you if we can.
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, if you don't, then don't.
But I want to. I want to talk to somebody. Mrs. Hall, since last Christmas, I've been wearing a hearing aid.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
Well, it's pretty well concealed under my hairdo. But I know it's there, even if other people don't see it.
How hard these things die. Remember the resistance to eyeglasses? Now they have become a kind of costume jewelry.
Yes, getting so that it almost seems indecent not to wear them. I mean, going around with bare eyelids.
And when you give someone something to read and they say, just a moment till I put on my glasses, why, you think nothing of it. Isn't that true?
Well, yes.
But then why shouldn't one be able to say just as easily, just a moment while I turn up my hearing aid?
One should, of course. You're perfectly right. But I'm a singer. So how can I think of going on in music when I'll never be sure just what I'm singing?
But you're a musician, Marion. And you should know the history of a man who, although unable to hear his greatest works, fulfilled his obligations as a creative artist until the moment of his death.
Yes, Beethoven. But I'm not a composer.
Yeah, but if you feel insecure on the concert stage, there are many other things you can do.
But what, Mrs. Hall? What can I do?
Let me answer the question with a question. Why do you sing on the radio?
Well, I guess because loving music, I want other people to enjoy it, too. I want to share it with them.
Marion, you've just expressed the sense of communication of a born teacher. To know something and to wish to share that knowledge.
So why leave music? Stay with it and teach it.
Well, I suppose that's the thing for me to do. After all, as someone said, those who can do. Those who cannot teach.
Oh, that's a statement I find both inaccurate and flippant. Teaching is an art, a gift. Have you ever tried to explain a difficult idea to a group of very different human beings, people who want very much to understand you and whose understanding you must reach?
No, I haven't.
Well, you tried one way, no response, a row of blank faces. Then you come at the idea from a different direction. There's a quickening of interest, but you know you're not there yet. The third or fourth or fifth time, you hit on something which is a link between what they already know and what you are trying to tell them. Then the eyes suddenly light up. They smile and nod at each other, or sometimes they frown and challenge you angrily. But you have touched them. You've broken through. Communicated. Then you are Lieutenant Rosen, delivering the message to Garcia. You have reached Nome with the serum. You're Lindbergh, landing in Paris.
And Tallulah with a big curtain on.
Oh, you make it sound really exciting.
Believe me, Marion, teaching is one of the most important and dramatic of careers. As Henry Adams once said, a teacher affects eternity. He can never tell where his influence stops.
That's a wonderful concept. And I'm very grateful to you both. You've given me a great deal to think about. I already know one thing. I'm not leaving Ivy.
Well, good.
It is really up to me now, isn't it?
Yes. Sound is merely a matter of receiving vibrations, Marion.
And when you start responding to the vibrations of a student audience, you'll be hearing some wonderfully satisfying music.
And you'll still see your name in lights, shining from the eyes of 1,000 grateful youngsters. Life will acquire a new flavor. A flavor that... Victoria, is Louisa cooking up... that fragrance, is it something?
Yes, dear, it's vanilla.
Production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc. Good evening, folks.
It's all fine and dandy, sugar candy when I've got you. Then I only see the sunny side. Even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get lonesome, I get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? I get lonesome, kind of blue. When you're gone, what can I do?
Thank you, Sportsman and Victor Miller. Well, last night was date night in Mel Blanc's little town, and in almost every house, prospective father-in-laws were bidding cheery goodbyes to courting swains. In the Anderson house, Mr. Anderson was saying, "Good night, Joe."
"Good night, Mr. Anderson."
And in the Brown household, Mr. Brown was saying,
"Good night, Sam."
"Good night, Mr. Brown."
And in the Colby house, where Mel Blanc spent the evening courting his girl, Betty, Betty's father, Mr. Colby, was saying,
"Get out of here and never come back again."
"Good night, Mr. Colby."
So the next morning we find Mel standing in his fix-it shop talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
"You know, Tommy, I can't figure your father out."
What do you mean, Mel?
Well, I don't know whether he likes me or not. Last night he threw me out of the house, and yet the night before he said, "Mel, go out and take my car." He even escorted me to the driver's seat and started the motor, waved goodbye, and said, "Mel, run her all night."
Well, what's wrong with that?
In a locked garage? Doesn't look right.
Well, it's your own fault, Mel. You act too much like a weakling.
I'm a weakling? Your father's the one who's a weakling. Why, yesterday he was strangling me for 10 minutes before he finally let go of my throat.
Well, that's because he thought you were dead.
Well, I fooled him. Blue is my natural color.
Mel, why don't you use a different approach to my old man? Stop walking in on your hands and knees. Why don't you be pleasant? Crack a few jokes.
Say, that's a great idea, Tommy. After all, I'm a natural-born comedian. Listen to this great joke, kid. It seems George Washington's father bought him a little hatchet. And that night, little George, instead of chopping down a cherry tree, sneaked into his father's room and tried to take a chip off the old block. You get a chip off the old block. Hatchet.
Hatchet yourself. You laid it.
A fine way to talk to your prospective brother-in-law. Don't forget, someday I'll marry your sister Betty, and then, who knows, you may even have a little nephew that looks just like me.
So I'll be a monkey's uncle. Oh, now stop kidding yourself, Mel. You'll never marry my sister as long as my father hates you like he does.
Yeah, that's what you think. Oh, you better go, Tommy. Here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. He's a very important guy.
Oh, is that the lodge Pop is trying to get into? The Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras?
Yeah.
Well, greeting, Brother Zebra. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga. So long, Tommy. This is all secret lodge business.
Yeah, I get it. Ugga-boo. What's such a secret? I said that before I could talk.
Well, I just came around to remind you about the important meeting tonight, Mel. Looks like we're about to get that priority to build a new lodge auditorium.
Gee, I thought there were a lot of people ahead of us.
Well, the top priority went to the pool hall. Then came the saloon and then the bowling alley. We're ahead of only one person.
Who's that?
A veteran who wants to build a house. And another thing, Mel, we're voting on Colby's application for membership.
I thought Betty's father was voted in last year.
Well, he didn't get quite enough votes, so we declared him a zebra without stripes.
Well, what's that?
A jackass.
Well, I sure would like to be there to vote for him, but I've got something more important. I got to go up to Mr. Colby's house and square myself with him.
Well, are you in trouble with Colby again? What'd you do this time to make him mad?
Well, last night Mr. Colby finally got delivery on his new 1946 console radio. You should have seen it. They delivered it in a beautiful plastic crate. In fact, it was so beautiful it got me all confused.
Well, what did you do?
I threw out the radio and plugged in the crate.
So that's why he tossed you out of the house again, huh?
Yeah. I've been tossed on the lawn so much I'm beginning to feel like the afternoon paper. Gee, if I only knew what to do to make Mr. Colby like me. I can't even get near him.
Well, Mel, why don't you send your assistant, Zuki, over? You let him deliver a box of candy and attach a personal note. Nothing better.
Hey, that's a good idea. Thank you, mighty potentate.
Well, anything to help a brother zebra, you know. So long, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-boo-boo, ugga-ugga-boo-boo.
Oh, careful, Mel. You slipped up on that password.
Well, what do you mean?
You uggaed when you should have booed.
Now to get a box of candy and write a little note. Boy, this is great. I can just see Zuki giving it to Mr. Colby now.
Oh, hello, Zuki. What brings you here?
Oh, hello, Mr. Colby. And Mel sent me over with this box of candy.
Oh, that nincompoop Mel is trying to get in good with me. Whoa. 2 pounds of assorted fruits and nuts. And a note from him, too.
Yeah, it's a poem. I'll read it to you. Roses are red. Violets are blue. That's why I send these fruits and nuts to you.
Oh, Betty. Look what Mel sent over.
Oh, gee. Oh, that's nice. Oh, hello, Zuki.
Hello, Betty.
So
Sookie, Mel must have spent a lot of money on this candy.
Well, he took it out of the bank. You see, he traded in his accordion. He collected some he cut my salary.
Well, the candy's nice, but I don't know whether I ought to forgive Mel for what he did to my new radio. I got a repairman coming in to fix the radio, and it's costing me $50.
Daddy, why don't you give Mel another chance?
I don't want him near that radio. Tonight my favorite program is on, and I want to hear it.
Oh, but Mel could fix your radio. He fixed the Anderson radio, and now it brings in all the you can get you can get you can get it's dead as a doornail.
However, I can't overlook the fact that Mel did make a peace offering. So, Zookie, you may tell Mel he can come over here tonight to see Betty. But he's got to keep his hands off the radio.
Oh, I'll promise for Mel, Father. Zookie, now you run back to the fix-it shop and tell Mel.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is swell. When I tell Mel, why, he'll be so happy he'll take me in his arms and he'll hug, he'll kiss. Hey, Betty, you better go.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A girl who has a breath of trouble is seldom asked to date up double. Don't let a breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, hurt your popularity. Thousands who don't even suspect it are victims of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now back to Victor Miller and the Sportsman doing 5 minutes more.
Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay in your arms. Do-do-do-do, here am I begging for only 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more of your charm.
All week long I dreamed about our Saturday date.
Don't you know that Sunday morning you can sleep late? Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay forever in your arms.
With a gift of a 2-pound box of nuts and fruits, Mel had made Mr. Colby forget the fact that he almost ruined Mr. Colby's brand new 1946 console radio. So what was a scene of terror last night has turned into a meeting of jolly fellowship tonight as we once again find Mel in the Colby home.
Try this one, Mr. Colby. It's a liquid cherry.
Oh, no, Mel. I know a caramel, and I see one.
It's a liquid cherry, Mr. Colby.
Don't tell me. I know it's a caramel. Here, I'll squeeze it.
Well, with a little whipped cream on your head, you'd look just like a sundae. You know, Mr. Colby, that's a wonderful radio you got there.
Yes, and I've waited 5 years for it. I can hardly wait for the repairman to come and hook it up.
Gosh, it's a beauty. 8 push buttons, and all you have to do is press it like... Mr. Colby, get your hands off my throat!
Well, you keep your hands off that radio.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, I'm the handiest man in this town. Even when I was a kid, they called me Kid Fix-It. I'll never forget when I was 10. There was a gas leak in my neighbor's house. Right away, they called me. So I went down the cellar looking for that gas leak with a candle, a box of matches, and a cigarette lighter.
I'll bet they threw you out of the house.
What house? But no kidding, I can really fix that radio.
Oh, hello, Mel.
Hi, Betty.
Daddy, are you getting angry again?
No, but your boyfriend had better stop his stupid bragging. He's just proving what I've always said. His head is full of hot air.
Father, that's not fair. Everyone in town is saying that his head is full of hot air. But believe me, there's nothing in it. Father, Mel is never going to get anywhere unless someone gives him a chance. And who else should give him a chance but those closest to him?
That's right, Mr. Colby, and after all, I'm going to marry your daughter.
You're going to marry my daughter. You ever thought about me?
Yes, but Betty's much prettier.
Oh. But Betty, Mel can't support you. You need the necessities of life. How will you get them?
We'll charge them.
All right, you'll charge them. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And then what will you do?
We'll move to another neighborhood and start all over again. Doesn't everybody?
Why? I'd have to be an idiot to let you marry my daughter.
Thank you for your consent.
Oh, I've had enough of this. I'm going to...
Oh, look, Mr. Colby, I've taken all I can from you.
Oh, really? What are you going to do about it?
How would you like to step outside?
That suits me fine. Come on.
Okay. Well, Betty, now that we're alone, I think that I ought to...
Mel Blanc.
What'd you say, Mr. Colby?
Father, control yourself. You can't strike Mel. After all, he soon may be your own lodge brother.
Well, yes. I was supposed to run down to the meeting and see if they'd voted me in. Oh, I'm late already. All right, Betty, you stay here and watch Mel. Now, don't you let him touch that radio. The repairman ought to be here any minute.
Now, don't you worry about it. Goodbye, Father.
Oh, goodbye, Betty.
Aren't you going to say goodbye to Mel?
You know, there's one thing that worries me, Betty. With your father hating me so much, you're liable to begin to hate me, too.
Oh, no, darling. I always love you. Even though I don't know exactly why. After all, you're not handsome. You're not intelligent. You're not successful. You're not...
Please, Betty, this could go on all night. Well, let's forget about your father for a minute, darling. We're all alone now, and I have a much more important question to ask you.
Oh, Mel. Oh, this is so sudden.
Oh, Betty.
Yes, Mel?
Betty,
Go on, Mel. Ask me that question.
All right. Betty, can I fix your father's radio?
Mel, you stay away from that radio.
No, this is my big chance to show off to your father.
But, Mel, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Betty, how can I go wrong? Oh, here's the book of instructions. I'll start right from the beginning. It says... Follow the instructions in this booklet very carefully, as this radio represents the result of 102 years of extensive electronic research and can be ruined in 5 minutes by a jerk like you. Betty, your father wrote in this book. Who needs this book anyway? Betty, bring me a hammer and a corkscrew.
Oh, just a minute. Oh, Mel, it's the repairman.
Oh, we don't need him. Send him away.
But...
The radio's all fixed. I'm sorry you had to come.
But...
Is everything all right, Mel?
Sure, Betty, we're all set.
But, Mel, there's a tube left over.
Well, let's not waste it. Screw it into the chandelier. Well, let's go. Turn the knob, Betty.
Nothing's happening.
Well, you've got to give the set a chance to warm up. You see, the tubes are beginning to light up. See, it's getting nice and warm. Now the wires are beginning to light up. Hey, now the set is beginning to light up.
Shall I call the mechanic?
Call the fire department.
Oh, don't be silly. I'll pull out the plug. Oh, gosh, you've ruined the radio.
Oh, Betty, this is the darkest moment of my life.
Well, it's the same for me, Mel.
Well, you're a little better off. I left my life insurance policy in your name.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Why don't you try to get away?
Oh, it's too late. Oh, wait a minute. Why should I die without a struggle? I got an idea. I'm a born actor.
What are you thinking of, Mel?
I'll get in back of the radio set and act. Whatever your father tunes in, I'll do.
Oh, Mel, that's ridiculous.
Oh, sure, I could do it. I'll hop in back of the set right now.
Oh, Father, I didn't expect you back so soon.
Well, I haven't finished voting at the lodge yet, so I came back. Where's Mel?
Well, he's in back of the, went back.
Oh, went back. That's good. Well, Betty, I just saw the mechanic's truck pull away from the house. Now I can listen to my radio.
Oh, but Daddy...
Step aside, Betty. It's time for my favorite program, the Movie Guild Playhouse. And tonight they have 2 big stars. I'll turn it on.
Oh, Shelly, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, Pepe, do you really? Really, do you? Do you really?
Oh, Shelly, you know I do. I do. I do.
Really? I'm so glad you do. Really, I am. Really.
This is dreadful. I'm going to write to the Movie Guild Playhouse people.
Address all letters to 160 South Vista Street.
This is unbelievable. I got to get some music. Oh, yes, the Philharmonic is on.
The Philharmonic? Oh, but Daddy, he can't.
I'll just push the button here.
And now the house lights dim in Carnegie Hall. The spotlight picks up the conductor as he mounts the podium. And now the orchestra plays the overture from Tristan and Isolde.
Good heavens. I've never heard the Philharmonic play like that.
And now the Philharmonic continues with Beethoven's 5th Symphony.
Oh, well, maybe this will be a little better. This is impossible. I'll switch back to the Movie Guild.
Pepe, I do love you, really. I do, really.
And I do too. Do too. Do too.
Oh, it's getting worse all the time. I'll turn back to the Philharmonic. No! Oh, there's something wrong with this radio. Oh, maybe I'll have better luck on the shortwave.
Ashlovich Matuka, Daronik, Giboye, Gifinia, leading by 50,000 votes. Kopniak, Bianite, Lubia, 16, UCLA, Nyati. Anya Bruka, Ichia, Doma, Pania, Lukia, Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
I've never heard anything like this in my life. Something is wrong with this radio.
Father,
I'll just feel around in the back of the set. Now, let me, Betty.
Yes, Father.
One of these tubes has hair on it. Wait just a minute. I look behind the set. Mel Blanc, what have you got to say for yourself? Mel Blanc, I'm going to take you and break every bone in... it's Mr. Cushing. Oh, come in, sit down. I'll be through in just a minute.
Greetings, Mel. Agagabuak. Mr. Colby, why are you standing on Mel's head?
I'm not standing on his head. I'm jumping up and down.
Well, you'd better stop, because the lodge is deadlocked. 12 for you and 12 against you. And Mel has the deciding vote.
He has? He has? Well, Mel, my son, come on, get up off the floor. Are you, going to vote for me?
Well, get your foot out of my mouth first, Mr. Colby.
Pardon me. Mel, my boy, tell me, am I in the lodge?
Mr. Cushing, let me whisper my decision in your ear.
Well, am I in?
Mr. Colby, allow me to be the first to say, ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Mel, my boy!
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance
with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen, Roland Young, Wee Bonnie Baker, Portland Hopper, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey saying you're welcome for Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater and to Texaco dealers' wholehearted help in keeping that car of yours going for the transportation you've got to have. Your Texaco dealer has the skill and the Texaco quality product. They're yours for more miles for your car. His Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication protects every vital chassis part against excessive wear. And especially nowadays, when every mile counts, use his high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. In short, make a Texaco dealer your car warden and see him regularly. It's his job to help you care for your car, for your country. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one comedian in radio you can tune in during a blackout who isn't bright enough to violate the law. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, how do you like your job?
This announcing's a new racket to me, Fred. I never realized an announcer had so much to do.
Oh, yes. You know, on a program like this, Arthur, the announcer is as busy as a short-tailed cow in fly time. But I should make it a short-arm traffic cop for the city, I guess. Arm joke. You know, besides opening the program, the announcer has to read the commercials, he has to run down the aisle and tickle the audience, Arthur. He has to laugh at the jokes, sweep out the theater, and we're through. Do you think you're going to like it?
There's just one thing, Fred.
Yes, Arthur?
About my salary.
Well, that's all settled. I'll pay you the same as you got last week.
Wait a minute. Last week you said it was an audition and I worked for nothing.
Well, I know, but this week, don't forget, the president froze all salaries as of last week. So you are all set for the duration.
He is lucky I got a sideline. Peanuts, popcorn.
And while Brother Godfrey passes among us with his wares, let us turn in toto to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents It's Weekly Lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. In a sweeping effort to stamp out gambling in Manhattan, Mayor orders police to arrest bookmakers and tin horn horse players and to clean up all the city's gambling resorts. To check on the crusade's results, the March of Trivia questioned several victims of horse betting ban. First, Odds-on Oscar, a prominent bookmaker, says,
on behalf of New York's 16,000 bookmakers, I want to thank the mayor for showing us the error of our way. We are through with bookmakers. We're going straight.
Well, what are you bookmakers doing now?
We're selling numbers.
Well, have you quit making book personally, Oscar?
Yeah. I experimented camouflaging me joint, but it was no go.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I tried making book in a pet shop.
Making book in a pet shop, huh?
Yeah, I had a parrot hanging outside. You whispered your bet to the parrot would tell it to me.
Oh, I see. Well, the police finally caught up with you, huh?
Yeah, I got away lucky. The parrot got 20 years.
That was the end of the pet shop.
Yeah, then I opened up a delicatessen on 47th Street.
You were making book in a delicatessen?
Uh-huh. In the window, I had a big smoked tongue.
Oh, a smoked tongue in the window. And inside the store?
On the counter, I had 2 dill pickles and 17 telephones.
What happened with the delicatessen?
I got raided last night. I was lucky to get away. I got tipped off.
Well, who tipped you off?
When the cops come to the door,
yeah?
The tongue in the window yelled, "Cheese it."
The man who built a better mousetrap knew how to cheese it, too. And thank you, Odds-on Oscar. A plainclothes officer who led a successful gambling raid, was Commando Detective Shimmick Ball.
Why, Tuesday alone I made 600 arrests. The axles on a patrol wagon was red hot.
What? What was your outstanding arrest, Detective Ball?
Well, in a vacant store on 8th Avenue, I seen 20 men kneeling down on a circle. Looked like a trap game.
And it wasn't?
When I got inside, there was no dice.
What did you do?
I says, look, if this ain't no dice game, what are you 20 guys doing down on your knees?
And?
They says, we're saying goodbye to a midget. He's been drafted.
What did you do?
I knelt down and shook hands with the midget. He rattled.
You mean?
The midget swallowed the dice.
He was nearer to them, perhaps. Well, no kidding.
Yeah, I had him x-rayed. The judge gave him 30 days.
Well, it won't hurt a midget to go up for a stretch, and thank you, Detective Shimmick Ball. A young lady who has some definite opinions on gambling is Miss Veronica Buxbaum. How do you feel about this new gaming crusade, Veronica?
Frankly, I would say the elimination of gambling should be done away with.
Are you unlucky?
Hitler should have mine locked.
Well, why are you so set against gambling?
Thanks to gambling, today Veronica Buxbaum is a spinster.
Tell me, what happened?
Well, for 7 years I am keeping company with a gambler.
A gambler, huh?
He's calling himself Lucky Feinschreiber.
Was he really lucky?
Lucky? At pinball, he is winning without tilting.
Why, that's uncanny.
He is asking me to marry. I'm saying yes. Always lucky is lucky.
Was the wedding date set?
Everything is hot-to-totcha.
Hot-to-totcha, huh?
Then Lucky is starting to gamble.
Gamble with whom?
First, the jeweler. Lucky is matching for the ring. He is winning.
Yes?
Next, the license clerk. Lucky is tossing for the $2, double or nothing. Again, he is winning.
Yeah?
S. Klein, Lucky is tossing for my trousseau.
Really?
This he is winning. With 2 pounds rice.
With the trousseau. You are all set for the nuptials.
Not only this, the wedding is ready also.
Fine.
I am quitting Bloomingdale. I'm giving Lucky $200. This should be my dowry.
And your wedding day arrives?
That morning, Lucky is getting a notice from his draft board. Yeah.
Something happened?
He is gambling.
Well, how do you mean?
Lucky is betting the draft board, Mom, $200. 7 to 5, they're not catching him.
And?
Today at Bloomingdale's, I am back.
Yeah.
At the draft board is Mom, $200. And at Fort Dix is Lucky Feinschreiber.
He's Private Feinschreiber, hey?
The next time I am seeing Private Feinschreiber, what I am telling him wouldn't be so private.
Well, looks like the private is in for some corporal punishment. And thank you, Miss Veronica Bucksbaum. Well, I guess that takes care of
Harry, pray, old jackanapes. Falstaff's here with jibe to jape.
Openshaw, not again.
The Ogden Nash of Flash is at your service.
You have bowled some new odes, have you?
Have you heard, was it Malice Alice when you stomped upon my callus?
No, I haven't heard that.
It was strictly entre nous, so I showed her my tattoo.
No, I haven't heard that.
They wouldn't have taken Mother away in the scratch drive if she hadn't shown her metal.
Now, wait. Tonight it so happens we have been talking about the mayor's crusade on gambling.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a song.
Oh, fine.
I have brought the Mineola Mini Singers with me to render it.
Oh, these are the Mineola Mini Singers here?
Yes, the little man was formerly Charles of John, Charles, and Thomas.
And this other chap?
Oh, he is an nonentity by choice.
Well, it's all right with me. I won't try. Tell me, can we have them sing this horse song of yours?
I'll feel them out.
I wish you would.
Are we in caroling mood, gentlemen?
Yes, Mr. Openshaw.
Very well. Let us have our horse lament.
East side, west side, all around the town. You can't bet a horse to win or place. All the bookies are closed down. The Tin Horn Sports and Brassmouth have been told to take a walk. You can be pinked with a Charlie horse on the sidewalk of New York.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. Thank you. And from the Mineola Minisingers, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to our guest chanteuse this evening, wee Bonnie Baker. Well, how are you this evening, Miss Baker?
I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Allen.
I hear that you became engaged to Lieutenant Aaron Tucker today. Bonnie, may we be the first to congratulate you. You don't mind, do you?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Tell me, would you rather, on this festive evening, would you rather sing something for me, or would you like to have me sing something for you?
I think I would enjoy hearing you sing.
Well, you'd be the only one, Bonnie. I think I'll leave the chanting up to you. Now, what would you like to sing?
I get the neck of the chicken.
Oh, boy, you're lucky. You should see what I get from Lindy personally. Mr. Goodman, if you will.
I get the neck of a chicken. I get the rumble seat ride. I get the leaky umbrella. Everyone shoves me aside. When I jump in my shower each morn, sure I say I'm too late. All the hot water is gone. I get the neck of the chicken. I get the hand-me-down chore. And when there's company weekend, I get the couch in the hall. That's why I can't get over this dream that's come true. If I get the neck of a chicken, how did I ever get you? I get the neck of a chicken. I get the burnt piece of toast. I get the seat in a movie, smack-o in back of a post. When morning papers come to the door, sure I say I'm too late, and they're mine long about 4. I get the guy with the glasses, wearing an awful toupee. Somebody else gets the victim a tour. Mine's always strictly 4A. That's why I can't get over this fine howdy-do. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you?
now, let me go. Don't do that.
Come along, brother, right up to the
Now,
mic
wait,
here.
just a minute. What is this, Arthur? Who is this gentleman you're dragging up here by the scruff of the pantaloons there?
This character, Mr. Allen, is a rubber shrugger.
Well, what is a rubber shrugger?
A rubber shrugger.
Grapes, nuts, flesh. That's what I thought.
A rubber shrugger is a guy that just shrugs when you tell him about wasting rubber.
And who was wasting rubber? I was only driving my car.
At 60 miles an hour you were driving. That's why I borrowed you from that cop. Look, brother, do you realize that when you drive at 60, you wear out your tires twice as fast as you do at 35?
Twice as fast? No kidding.
Not only no kidding, you keep it up and you'll have no tires.
So what? I see by the papers I can get new tires now.
Yeah, but you may also have noticed that to get new tires, you'll have to drive under 35 and give your tires proper care.
Oh.
And 60 per is not proper care.
No.
You've got to remember that your car and my car and everybody's car is a part of the stream of transportation that takes America to work and to school and to market.
Uh-huh.
If you let your tires go bluey, you're just not going to be allowed to buy new ones, and your car's going to be out of action. And if everybody does that, it's going to slow the whole country down.
I say, I never thought of that. I'll stay under 35 from now on.
Attaboy. And listen, you know when your car passed me with those squeaks, it sounded like breakfast time in a bird shop.
No kidding.
Now, if you pardon the plug, you permit the plug, you should drive into your Texaco dealer for his Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication service and get those squeaks out. That Marfac service really protects your car. And while you're there, remember, nowadays, when every mile counts, it's smarter than ever to use your Texaco dealer's high-quality gasoline, Texaco Fire Chief, or premium Texaco Sky Chief.
We interrupt Mr. Goodman's rendition of Kalamazoo at this time. It was sung earlier tonight by Mr. Phil Harris, who sounds like Skinny Innes on key. Mr. Goodman didn't quite get the Kalamazoo. The song stopped 2 bars this side of Battle Creek.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. Say, this is a fine time to show up, Portland. You know, we're only on for half an hour this year. Now, if you come any later than this, you know, you're going to start showing up in the middle of Phil Baker's Take It or Leave It program. How come you're so tardy?
Well, I was over taking Mama her lunch.
Lunch? Well, it's almost 10 o'clock.
I know. Mama's on the night shift.
The night shift where?
Mama's a welder in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. She's wearing goggles and slacks.
Well, your mother had better not bend over in those slacks. Somebody will hit her with a bottle and launch your mother for an invasion. How is your mother doing on the job over there?
The first day, Mama welded her foreman to the superintendent.
Well, that's good. They'll get paid double time from now on.
The shipyards are building boats faster every day.
Oh, I know that. You know, Henry Kaiser's building boats so fast that workers in the yard think they have astigmatism, and it's only portholes going by.
They're building all kinds of new boats, too.
Well, there isn't anything new in the way of boats, Portland. You know, all the boats you see today are mentioned in that book, Around the World in 80 Days. You know who wrote Around the World in 80 Days?
Wendell Willkie?
Wendell will do better than that if he doesn't stop to talk. You know, the way Wendell is, say, somebody's at the door. Come in. Yes?
Is this the Texaco canteen?
Why, it's Roland Young.
I hope I'm not too late, old boy.
Too late for what, Mr. Young?
Show isn't over, is it?
Looking at you, I would say yes, Mr. You have something in mind?
Yes, the sponsor sent me over. It's about your first show last week.
Oh, did you hear our opening program last Sunday?
Yes. Bit of the old P.U., what?
You're not supposed to smell radio programs, Mr. Young. You're supposed to listen to them.
But a radio program coming out of a loudspeaker has to pass the nose to get to the ears.
So?
Your program last Sunday didn't quite make it.
You say our sponsor sent you over?
Yes, I'm here to whip things into shape, start the ball rolling, give the proceedings a bit of the old rooty tooth.
Oh, you have some changes for the show in mind, have you?
Mm-hmm. First, we'll have to get rid of this orchestra.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't break up Mr. Goodman's band. Why, this is the only chance Mr. Goodman has to see his whole family together.
His music is icky. Strictly long hair. What this show needs is a jive combo. A band with some real swingaroo.
Swingaroo? You know of such a band?
Just got the man. Rodney Smith Bennington and his gut bucket gondoliers.
Rodney Smythe Beddington and his gut bucket gondoliers, you say?
They're playing in a little tea shop on 57th Street.
Well, look, Mr. Young, if they're happy in the tea shop...
No, Rodney wants to get away. People are always throwing wet tea bags into the French horn.
Well, he won't like it here with the French horn. Our audience chews tobacco. People are, well, if the band is the only change you have in mind, Mr. Young...
No, I have a few pointers for you, too, old boy.
Oh, about my comedy?
Yes, after all, let's face it, old man, you are the corny type, you know.
I am corny, you say?
Definitely, but stiff upper lip, old boy. With a little training, you can be a second Red Skelton.
Red Skelton? Well, what has Red Skelton got that I couldn't have lifted?
He dooted, old boy, you didn't.
Why, I have been a comedian for 30 years.
That's just it. Just the point. It's about time you were getting some new jokes.
New jokes in radio?
I'll rip off a screamer to give you an idea, huh?
Oh, you have jokes? Well, what is this screamer you have?
You say to me, I speak 6 dead languages.
All right. I speak 6 dead languages.
It's too bad I'm not a corpse, old boy. I'd have a long talk with you.
Very clever.
That's what this program needs. More of that sort of thing.
Well, tell me, Mr. Young, how did you acquire your flair for the trite?
Oh, I come from a theatrical family.
Oh, yes. You know, I've seen your family crest. It's a ham rampant on a field of catcalls. I've seen it many times.
My grandfather was on the stage years ago.
Oh, your grandfather was an actor?
Yes, he died and left in the state of 1 bamboo cane, 40 Pullman towels, a book of bad press notices, and a piece of nose putty.
A bit of nose putty, huh? And that's why you... I'm looking ahead to next week's show, Mr. Young. That's why you went into the theater?
Yes, I got my first job in London.
Acting?
Not exactly. I was hired to beat the woodpeckers off the Herbert Beerbohm tree.
Oh, you beat the woodpeckers? You're really a self-made man.
Yes, but if I had to do it over again, I think I'd call in somebody.
I see your point. Well, tell me, Mr. Young, now that you've fixed up my program, are you going back to Hollywood?
No, I'm here in New York to do a play.
Oh, a drama?
No, it's a little romantic trifle. You know, Act 1, Esmeralda, I love you. Act 2, Malcolm, you can't do this to me. Act 3, he does. Quick curtain.
Sounds rather interesting. It's strange that you're coming here, Mr. Young. You know, I've been thinking of going to Hollywood. Charlie Lawton was here last week and told us that most of the glamour boys are in the Army and leading men are scarce.
That's true, Fred. At your age, you should get plenty of work out there.
Why, I hear that they're casting W.C. Fields in the next Andy Hardy picture. It's called Love Finds Andy Hardy, but it's too late. You know W.C. Fields, of course.
Yes, I saw Bill just before I left Hollywood.
Well, how is the old boy?
Bill's doctor made him give up drinking brandy. It was giving him the shakes.
Well, how does Bill look? Better?
Definitely worse.
He looks worse after giving up the brandy?
Yes, the shakes were the only exercise Bill ever got.
Well, I haven't seen Bill in a picture lately. What is he doing these days?
Bill's too busy to make pictures. He's in great demand at all the ship launchings.
Oh, you mean he christens the ships?
When they run out of champagne...
Yes.
As the ship slides down into the water...
Yes.
Bill breathes on the hull.
The last time I saw Bill out in Hollywood, he breathed on me and removed 4 spots from my vest.
I see he didn't get them all.
But tell me, are you enjoying your stay here in New York?
I've been having quite a bit of trouble, Fred. I can't get anything to eat here.
You can't eat? Why, all the restaurants have those dollar dinners.
My trouble. All those dollar dinners start with a shrimp cocktail. And if there's anything I can't stand, it is a shrimp cocktail.
Well, you don't have to eat the shrimp cocktail, Roland.
Oh, don't I? Come with me and I'll show you what happens.
All right. There's a little place around the corner here called Pierre's. Let's go.
Welcome to Pierre's. How many, please?
A table for two.
Here we are.
Thank you.
And here are your menus, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll find Pierre's dollar dinner very nice, gentlemen.
That's how it always starts, Fred.
Well, now what happens, Roland?
Well, the waitress generally shows up now.
Did you gents give your orders?
No, we're just looking over the menu, miss.
The dollar dinner is the speciality of Pierre's.
We'd rather order a la carte.
You can't order a la carte. It confuses the chef. What's yours, mister?
Well, I'm not eating. I just came in with my friend here.
Then give me back the napkin. What's yours, mister?
I'll have the dollar dinner.
It's delicious. Which appetizer will you have, herring or shrimp cocktail?
I don't like shrimp cocktail. I'll take this herring.
We're all out of herring. All we got is shrimp cocktail.
All right, I'll take the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
Without the shrimp cocktail, it ain't the dollar dinner.
Now, look, miss, please, just bring it in. I'll eat the shrimp cocktail.
That makes it a la carte. We don't serve a la carte. It confuses the chef.
Now, look. My friend here doesn't like shrimp cocktails.
No, shrimps give me vertigo.
Yes, I will eat the shrimp cocktail on his dollar dinner. Now, what's the difference?
There's a big difference. If you eat the shrimp cocktail, it ain't his dollar dinner no more.
Well, all I want...
If you want a shrimp cocktail, you got to get your own dollar dinner.
Well, I don't want to eat.
Then what are you butting in for?
This is what happens every time, Fred.
Well, I'll straighten this thing out, Roland. Miss, call the head waiter, please.
Okay. Mater D.
Yes, Maisie?
These gentlemen.
Oh, yes, sir. What seems to be the trouble?
I'm ordering the dollar dinner.
You'll start with the shrimp cocktail, of course.
I don't want the shrimp cocktail.
All my friend here wants is the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
Oh, without the shrimp cocktail. Well, that'll be the 65-cent merchant special.
Yes, well, that sounds bully. Bring me the merchant special.
Very good, sir. We're having a surprise entree on the merchant special today. It comes with crevettes en glace.
What is that crevette en glace?
Shrimp cocktail.
But I can't eat the shrimp cocktail.
Well, what do you want with a 65-cent dinner? Goldfish?
Now, wait a minute, you tuxedo jerk. This man here is hungry. You have got more food on your dicky than he has had to eat in the last 3 days.
Now, wait a minute. Don't yell at me. I don't own the place. I only work here. I ain't got no authority. You'll have to see the chef.
Well, get the chef in here.
Yes, sir. Hey, chef!
Que voulez-vous? Toujours les arguments. I am myself the chef. What is the difficulty, you see?
No difficulty, old boy. I merely ordered the dollar dinner.
Oui.
Can he get the dollar dinner?
Oui.
Without the shrimp cocktail.
Without shrimp cocktail, no. It is impossible.
Well, why does he have to have the shrimp cocktail?
Look, I myself the chef am personally to prepare the shrimp cocktail. Who is not eating the shrimp cocktail is making insult to me.
But I can't eat shrimp.
They give him vertigo.
Who are you? I wouldn't cook for you. No, monsieur, not
I should think I was Laval the way he went out of here.
Come on, Fred, let's go.
Now, wait a minute, Roland. I'll get the owner of this joint. Waitress, miss.
Yes, sir.
Get the Frenchman who owns this place out here.
Hey, Pierre!
Always a mismatch. Who is calling Pierre? What is cooking?
Nothing's cooking. That's the trouble.
Yes, my friend here wants something to eat.
So he'll eat. Who's stopping him? Pierre is taking the order.
My friend wants the dollar dinner.
So stop yelling. He'll get the dollar dinner. First is coming out shrimp cocktail.
But he wants the dollar dinner without the shrimp cocktail.
This I couldn't do it. With the dollar dinner has got to come in shrimp cocktail.
But I can't eat the shrimp cocktail.
Listen. Listen, buddy, on the dollar dinner, my own brother has got to eat shrimp cocktail.
Pierre.
So what?
This man is faint.
He got hungry. I didn't send for him.
I'm starving.
You've got to give him something to eat.
If he wouldn't eat shrimp cocktail, he's breaking up our dinner. Then Pierre is closing up tonight. He will have one shrimp cocktail left over. My books wouldn't balance. I should go through life always with one shrimp cocktail left over.
You must have something in the kitchen you can give him.
Yes, I'll take anything, even raw meat.
Okay, raw meat I could give you.
At last, Roland, now you're all set.
Good. Give me an order of raw meat.
Coming up. One raw meat. Raw meat. Raw meat. Shrimp cocktail.
Thank you. Next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest will be Benet Venuta from the Broadway hit by Jupiter, and our featured guest will be Mr. Orson Welles. And now, Arthur, have you anything to add?
Just a scrap, Fred. The scrap piles in every city are mounting higher and higher, but more and more is needed. You see, practically everything we need to win this war is made one half from scrap metal. Tanks, planes, aircraft carriers, everything. Throw your scrap into the fight.
Thank you, Arthur. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.